Hello and welcome to this Azure Synapse Analytics course by MindMajix. In today's data-driven world, organizations need to process massive amounts of data quickly and extract insights in real time. That's exactly what Azure Synapse Analytics is built for. With Azure Synapse, you can ingest, prepare, manage, and serve data for business intelligence and machine learning needs. It seamlessly integrates with Power BI, Azure Data Lake, Azure Machine Learning, and other services. In this course, we will cover from Azure Synapse basics to advanced analytics, including workplace setup, serverless and dedicated SQL pools, Spark integration, data pipelines, and more. According to LinkedIn and Naukri in India, professionals skilled in Azure Synapse such as data engineers, BI developers, and Azure Analytics specialists earn between 8 to 25 lakh rupees per annum, depending on experience and expertise in tools like SQL, Spark, and Azure Data Factory. And if you want to learn paid Azure Synapse Analytics course with certification, then check out our course where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss any tutorials and courses from us. So let's get started and master Azure Synapse Analytics.
Before starting with the session, I just want to know that if anybody is having any hands-on experience with Azure regarding the trial setup or everything, because as much as I am informed that we are going with the Azure free trial, right? So anybody is having any experience on top of that? Have you guys already set up the environment? Have you guys already taken up the subscription or something? I will just go through the procedure once, like how you can go for the subscription. Okay, so I will just show you. So anybody who is willing to take up the subscription, so first we'll go with that. You go into the Google and write Azure free account. So here you will get the link, create your Azure free account today. Okay, so once you go inside this link, you can click on start free. Okay, so once you click on start free, it will take you up into this site. Here you can use a create an account. You can choose to create an account. Okay, or if you are having an existing account, suppose I am taking up this existing account. Okay, so once you pick up this account, then it will redirect you to this site where you will be asked, I think, some questions regarding the agreement and all. Since I've already signed up, so I am not given that. Else it will ask you for some verification pictures and all, and it will ask you to enter some of the basic details like name and all. And post that, you can come into this screen. So here you can see like create your free Azure account. So the free Azure account comes up with a 30 days policy when you are given a credit of 13,300 rupees. And on top of that, there are a few services which you can avail round the year for 12 months, which are not chargeable. And almost 55 plus of the services are free, which we'll take a look into what are those services as well. Okay. Meanwhile, I would also like to inform you people that once you verify using this card details, here you need to click on this card details. Okay, and it will charge you 2 rupees, which is reversible to into your account. It will get reversed back into your account once you are done with that. And also it has no automatic charges as well. It is written after your credit is over, we'll ask you if you continue with pay as you go. If you do, you will only pay if you use more than free amount of. But still, I will ask you to avail one more benefit. Okay, on top of that, in case you are skeptical that okay, if anything is charged on top of my credit card. So once you log in here using the credit card and you sign up, so you will get a mail. You will get a mail in your mail ID from whichever bank you do, whichever bank credit card you use, a e-mandate one. Okay, so you can whichever bank you use, you can go to a portal, suppose HDFC e-mandate login or something. Okay, so you can there in your mail ID you will get a link. Okay, so that link you can go and you can register inside that link, and whatever the e-mandate you have registered over there, you can disconnect cancel that e-mandate link. Okay. So like that wise, it will actually remove your automatic charges. So that way you can get rid, like you will be free, that you won't be charged even if your 13,300 rupees credit is over. So any doubts anyone regarding this sign up process? You're having any doubts? Once you are inside this, once you sign up, okay, so you come inside a portal like this. The portal is portal.azure.com. Okay, so you can type here portal.azure.com and you will directly land up here. You will directly land up here in this website. Okay, so and it will ask you to take a free tour and all. Okay, so first of all, we would like to see, as I was saying, the free parts. Okay, what are the free services and all? Okay, so it is showing me like it has given me a credit of 15,800 rupees. Actually, it's in dollars. So depending on the dollar value, it's gets you. So you can see how much credit I just signed up yesterday using a free trial account. Okay, so that's how it shows you 15,800 credit remaining. Okay, so if you want, here it gives you the option upgrade as a pay you go subscription. If you avail this, then you will be charged, or else you will not be charged. Like I am dismissing this notification here. So coming to the free services part of it, you can see that these are the free services which it gives you, coming from the, which will be valid around the year for 12 months. Okay, starting from blob storage to Key Vault to Azure file storage, Azure databases for MySQL databases, Cosmos DBs. All these will be in your account for around 12 months of time. Okay, after you have taken the subscription, and everyone is every even these are also having certain limits. Likewise, this bandwidth is having a limit of 100 GB. Azure Cosmos DB is having the max limit of 25 GB. Azure SQL database will be having a limit of 250 GB. So likewise, there will be some limitations on top of uh, these services, which you can avail till 1 year of time. And it has got many AI machine learning services to uh, virtual machines, service buses, load balancer, and everything. And there are a couple of services which are always free for you. Okay, which includes Azure Functions, Active Directories, Azure DevOps. This is one of the new thing, Fabric, which recently came in here. So it is also coming it as free since it's in the preview version. And apart from that, you can see notification. Data Factory is also what the thing which we will be doing, data analytics also. So these will be present throughout, but again there will be limitations. Okay, and those limitations you can already see it is mentioned over here for which of the services you are trying to use over here. Okay, so this with this we come to the free service part of it. Like what are the free services you can get once you log in with Azure. Okay, now coming once we are done with this, then so next we need to understand, before today, before we jump into our topic of Azure Synapse Analytics, and a few things. The first and the foremost thing which we need to understand is how to handle this platform. Okay, so that going forward, when you all will be dealing with the clients and they will be coming up and asking you like, what are the services we'll get, what will be the charges for the same, how to take up the subscriptions, whether you can provide them with some uh, billing policy. Suppose you have a client who is coming in and they have got a fixed budget. Okay, and for on a monthly basis they have got a fixed budget. So on that scenario, how you can set up alerts so that when you consume 50% or 80% of your allocated budget, then you get a direct notification in your email IDs. saying that hey, you are about to reach your threshold. Okay, so those are the things we need to understand on a granular level, so that while we deal with this cloud platform, it is we are quite knowledgeable on those areas as well. So coming to the subscription part, so once you get into a free trial, so it shows you the subscription name as free trial and the status active, which is valid for 30 days, 1 month. Okay, so once you get into the subscription, okay, so here you can see that there on the left pane there are a couple of options which are available over here. So what are these options, and out of this, which are the options which is very important to deal with the clients, to do the cost analysis and the budget analysis while dealing with the Azure platform. So if I go into this cost analysis, okay, so I think I have set up this platform newly. So here you won't see much, okay, because this is absolutely fresh one. But I will show you something, okay, with which you can get an idea like how the cost analysis platform looks when you start implementing everything on a project level. Okay, so this is just for your understanding, I will show you. Okay, see, so when you come inside this cost analysis part, you can see this cost analysis part has been segregated in three types, in three domains. One is service name, one is location, and other is called the resource group. What is a resource group? We will come into that later. Okay. So by service name, you can already understand that it is trying to say like whatever the services we were availing. For example, Azure Synapse is one of the service which are available. So here you can see that which service says it is giving me a monthly report. This is for the month of May. It is giving me a monthly report of one of my clients, like how much it has consumed. Like it has consumed $5,035 uh, for 1 month, for this May month as of now. For this May month is getting completed today. So it has consumed this amount, this much amount of money for these of the services, Synapse Analytics. It has consumed these SQL database, logic apps, and which of the services here you will only be able to see the services which you have logged into. Okay, which you have created once, and you are maintaining those services. So those are the services you can only see over here. Okay, it also shows you location wise. So we all know that Microsoft is having its data centers spread all over the world. Okay, so it is basically be it where US, be US East or West Europe or US West. So it has couple of data centers all around the world. So here it also shows on the basis of data centers. Means whenever you create any service in Azure, suppose Azure Synapse service you are creating. So at that point of time, Azure asks you like, where do you want to exactly place your data? Okay, do you want to place it in the East zone? You want to place it in the US West zone? So where do you exactly want to place it? So whichever location you choose while you are creating those services, so those based on those location prices, based on those location, this has been grouped. Means whatever the services I have under my US East, so those services price have been cumulated, and it is coming in this price like $5,392 or 334, based on different locations on which I have my services. There is something called resource group name which will come in very soon. So resource group is basically a place wherein suppose you are working for multiple clients. Okay, suppose you have a Azure platform, you have 3 4 clients and you are using the same subscription for all of them. So suppose for ABCD client you are using one resource group, and for XYZ client, you are using another resource group. So resource group is basically a place wherein you put all your services which you have created for that particular client. So then it will be easy that all your services for a particular client will be under that resource group, and you can easily go inside that resource group and work on those, on whatever services you have created and all. Okay. And also resource group is also created so that many a times what happens, I have taken a pay as you go subscription, wherein suppose with a single subscription I'm going to handle multiple clients. Okay. So all of the clients are having data privacies that another cannot see or something. Okay. So in that ways, that resource group permissions you can give to certain person, so that they only have access to those resource groups, and the other persons who are using the same subscription cannot go inside that resource group and see what you are doing. In that ways, their things are also protected, whereas you all can leverage that facility inside the same subscription. Okay. Thereby maintaining the privacy. So those are the two primary reasons of using resource groups. And whenever you need to create any service in Azure, you always need to define that you under which resource group you need to place the service. So by default, you need to create at least one resource group to place all the services you create. Without resource group, you cannot even create a single service in Azure. Okay. So this is one of the usage of resource group. And with respect to different resource group for my different clients, you can see like what are the prices and things it has. Now coming to this graph, what does this graph is showing? Okay. So suppose my client has said that my monthly budget is $990. Okay. So you can see that on May 5th only, you can see that monthly budget is 990 and the accumulated cost has already come up to 980. Okay. And the rate sign which you are seeing, which is spread so much, that is the overhead cost, means how much overhead you are going out of the budget. So as I am climbing above the ladder, you can see that your monthly budget plus overage is equal to the accumulated cost here. Okay. So that's the formula. Your monthly budget plus overage is equal to the accumulated cost. So as of now for this month, this is my accumulated cost which has been charged. Okay. So and there is also a forecasting which is being done from the Azure side, like based on the regular on the daily. Azure runs some algorithms behind based on your regular usage. Maybe you have used for 15 days, and for the rest 15 days you can calculate, for a month you can calculate that what is going to be your approximate forecasted cost. Okay. So it is saying based on whatever the services I am having as of today. So by the month end of this month, my forecasted cost will be around 6126, that is which is around $400 more than my present cost. Okay. So these are the things over which you need to do as part of cost analysis, so that whichever clients you are going to handle, because every client you handle, the first and the foremost thing when you are going to prescribe them with certain services, they are going to come up with a budget. So here that is how you can see the budget, and you can do an analysis on top of that. Okay. So after this cost analysis, let's go to the budgets. So what is, there is a option here also called budget. So what is a budget here? So basically a budget is an option wherein you can basically avail some of the facilities of giving you alerts. Suppose I have created a free trial today, right? So suppose I am creating a budget. Okay. So I'm just naming it as Synapse training budget. Synapse training budget. Okay. So I am creating this budget. Okay. So billing month is the period. So creation date, I have created it yesterday only. I mean, May 29th, and the expiration, I have a 30 days trial. My expiration is on 1 month. Okay. So I am here saying what is my budget of total. My total is I have been given a credit of 15,500, right? So suppose I am saying that whenever it will cross 8,000 rupees, it will give me a mail. Okay. So I am saying the amount as specifying the amount as 8,000. I am going next. Okay. Now here it will ask you the alert condition. So as I have shown you in the and cost analysis, there are two types of budgets. One is actual, another is forecasted. Okay. So suppose whenever I will reach 50%, sorry, actually I think I have mentioned here 8,000. My budget is here as 15,000, sorry. And whenever I reach 50% of my budget, which is 7,500, I want an action to happen. What is the action which needs to be taken? Suppose I want a mail in my mail ID. Okay, suppose I'm entering a mail ID over here. So this is a valid mail ID. Okay, so once I reach 50% of my budget, I am setting an alert that please send me an alert for the same, and I am creating it. Okay, so that is how you create budgets. Okay, so you can set here, I have set here one reminder. Here you can go ahead and set multiple reminders. I have set here one reminders the actual and 50% when it will be reached, but here you can set multiple reminders as well for 50%, for 70%, 80%. Likewise, you can set multiple reminders, and once those are reached, then you will get a mail in your registered mail ID. Here also you can specify multiple emails as well. Okay, and that you are, likewise it will be a allowed for you. Okay, likewise my client has set here a budget of 9,999 USD. So likewise I have set here a budget of 15,000 monthly, and out of which on 50% basis I need a reminder. So this is the use of budget. Okay. Okay, now coming to the another part, is there is another important part of the part is access control. Access control is something which is a very important thing, another level. So whenever you will create any service in Azure, okay, in every service you will see there is something called access control. Okay, so Azure here provides you the feature wherein with respect to each and every service, whereas with respect to the subscription as well, you can have different level of accesses. Okay, so suppose what happens is, suppose assume that all of you who are attending the meeting today. Okay, so suppose all of you are not having credit cards, or all of you are not comfortable subscribing to credit card. Then what you can do is like you can have one subscription. Okay, and you can share among yourself as well that subscription. Okay, so once you share among yourself the subscription, okay, then you both or all of you can use it together. Okay, likewise there could be one use wherein with a single subscription maybe two or three people can use this Azure services. Okay, so here in this role assignment, yeah, sure.
Trial doesn't allow multiple resources, right? To multiple people to handle. It only is for one sub.
Trial does allow, I believe. Okay, though I have never given anyone because I'm also using this trial account because I generally use enterprise accounts. Okay, but since exclusive for this training, I have come up with a trial account. But I believe with the trial account also, you both with the trial as well as the sponsorship account, you can use. Maybe I can give any one of you a select member, and maybe I can enter a name as well. Maybe any one of your email id, suppose I can enter and give you the access. Okay, so trial also does. Okay. Okay. Okay, please feel free to ask such questions. Okay. uh, if you have any doubts. Okay. um, so here you can select those members, and you can press select, and that member will get added up here. uh, and then you can review plus assign and create to give that person that access. Okay. And in the trial account there are three types, not only in the trial account, in all accounts there are multiple level of accesses which you can see from here. Okay, that there you can give a different type of accesses are provided here, but primarily there are three type of accesses. Okay, those are owner, contributor, and reader. Okay, so what is the difference between the three? Owner, by the name you can understand only, he can do anything. Owner, he is the owner of the subscription. So when you give owner access to someone, then he can create resources, he can delete resources, and at the same time he can also give permission to other members, means he can also add role assignment for another members also. So whenever you are making someone as an owner, then that person by default has that role based access control by which that person can give assign roles to other person as well. Okay, on top of creating and deleting and whatever working with other resources. Okay, but when you assign someone with a contributor role, then that person also can work, create resources, delete resources, but that person cannot give or cannot add role assignments for other persons. That person cannot give access to other person. That person can only use, that person can only primarily use these things, use the whatever the resources you have inside. Okay. And the final one is reader, who can neither delete nor nor create anything, but only can go through. Maybe maybe in your team, maybe you have a fresher who have recently joined, and you don't want him to give the full control. If he or she messes up something, then that wise you can give a reader access to that person, wherein that person will be able to go through whatever components has been created and have a glimpse of that. Okay, so that's all about the subscription and the trial things, which was I felt which was very important. Okay, uh, to start with this Azure platform, to have a basic knowledge about cost analysis, budgets, and how, because uh, to have a fair idea about all these things before you start up with dealing with different services in the Azure, because Azure is a platform where you go with pay as you go service, and many a times it you don't know, but a lot of whenever you will deal with Azure, you will face a fact in many a cases that wherein sudden charges will get deducted and you will get confused, like where those charges got deducted, man. I couldn't understand. So that's the time when you need to come to this cost analysis, and you can see it, and you can drill down it on a granular level, maybe on a day level, to see like how much price a single service is costing you for everything, so that likewise you can have a fair idea. Okay, so with that, my elaboration on the subscription part ends. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. After that, we'll move on to our prime topic of Synapse. But before that, if you have any questions on the subscription part, on the sign up part, on the cost analysis part, budget analysis part, alerts part, access part, you can please feel free to ask.
Yeah,
I
most
just
of them.
want yeah, please.
Yeah, most of
Please,
them
please, please.
don't have Azure free trial account.
Okay, okay.
So, so what we need to do? So, you want us to do today or tomorrow?
You can do it today as well, right now as well. Also, you can do if you all are having your credit cards handy with you, then maybe we can have 5 minutes of time to set up the system uh, uh, and get ready with our things, because it don't take more than 5-10 minutes of time for all of us to do it. And I
Yeah,
think, yeah.
yeah.
So
Actually, we need to talk with management before giving that credit card details. So,
okay,
yeah,
herein herein if this is going to be your personal account, okay, this has nothing to do with your company part. Means if you are going with your own credit card, then it is the personal account you will be having, and you will not be charged anything. It will be free completely for 30 days. And even you, as I have mentioned in the beginning of my session, like if you are skeptical about the part, like whether or not you will be charged or something, then there is something called e-mandate, which is present for every bank. That is a website which has been designed for every bank. So whenever you take some subscriptions like Azure subscription or Netflix subscription or Amazon Prime subscription, so what happens? Auto renewal gets activated. Okay, and those auto renewals from whichever credit card, bank's credit card you have done, so those things get listed in that e-mandate portal. So once you go inside that e-mandate portal for that respective band, you can see with respect to that credit card what are the what are the with what which operators you are registered. Like Amazon Prime is one operator, like Netflix, Microsoft is one operator, and there are two but options over there: edit and cancel. Okay, so you can directly click on the cancel button, just and then that auto mandate with that e-mandate will get cancelled. So even if uh, you are over your limit, okay, and even if you by mistake click on the pay as you go model, then also Microsoft cannot charge anything from you, because you have already turned off your auto renewal. So that is one safer option I am saying. You can you can do that thing as well, so that there is no chance of mistake.
okay. Yeah, tomorrow definitely we will create account.
Sure, sure, sure. Okay. Any other doubts or any other questions from anyone? Okay, then I will take it as a no. Uh, so moving ahead to the next part, which is our prime part, which is Azure Synapse Analytics part. Okay. So we are done with the free trial. Okay. So coming to the Azure Synapse Analytics, for which you all have enrolled. Okay. So what is Azure Synapse Analytics? Okay. So Azure Synapse is basically an analytical service wherein you get to explore or get to have the flavor of both data warehousing as well as big data analytics. And Azure Synapse Analytics is having two types of query data platform. One is called serverless and the other one is called dedicated. So those are the two types of resources which is present inside those and inside the Azure Synapse. So as and along we go with the practical sessions, we'll see uh, what are the how these serverless and dedicated. For your Azure Synapse Analytics is a platform where we can achieve both the data warehousing and the as well as the big data processing together. Okay. So apart from this, Azure Synapse Analytics brings together couple of components. Okay. One is you can have the flavor of SQL technologies over there. You all are familiar with SQL. So you can have so for the Synapse, so in Synapse it is called as Synapse SQL. Okay. So we'll see like what is the difference between the normal SQL and the Synapse SQL going forward. Okay. So apart from the SQL part, you also get the flavor of Apache Spark. So for your understanding now, Apache Spark is basically consider itself as an engine. Okay. Apache Spark is basically one type of engine provided by Microsoft to perform big data analytics operations, wherein you do all the big data processing activities using the Spark technologies. Okay. And the third part, which is used to perform all the ETL and the ELT activities, is data integration activities, wherein you get to design the pipelines, wherein you create the pipelines to perform all the data integration activities to achieve all the ELTs and the ETL activities. Okay. And apart from that, along with these services, Azure Synapse also has it has also integration with Power BI, Cosmos DB, and Azure ML. Now, integration with it means it has a direct connection, means you can directly connect Azure Synapse with Power BI, with Cosmos DB, as well as with Azure ML, and you can get the data directly from the Azure Synapse to your Power BI and show it in the dashboard. So it has got an incoming connector, okay, with these things. So with these services, so that you can easily avail the data of uh, into these services. Okay. So this is basically Azure Synapse Analytics. Now I want to explain you one more clear understanding, which many people does while dealing with uh, people are having confusion of Azure Data Factory and Azure Synapse, and where lies the difference, and how Azure Synapse is very different from Azure Data Factory, and why this thing is very important for your understanding. Because the I believe the purpose of your training is so that you can get back to your clients and propose them with different features of Azure. Therein the client may ask you, so let's go with Azure Data Factory. We are not fine with Azure Synapse. So at that point of time, when you want to pitch about Azure Synapse, how you can do it, and you need to have a very clear understanding what Azure Synapse. Basically, what happens is like, suppose in the earlier things, what used to happen is like, there were multiple incoming sources. Okay. So in the traditional part, what happens in ADF, like, there are multiple incoming sources. Maybe this is SFTP, maybe this is on premise, maybe this is from take data, ingest data from all these sources, and then you used to take up this in ADF. Okay, you used to take up this in ADF to perform the ELT and ETL activities. Okay, and then what happens after you have ingested data ADF? Okay, post that you need to store this in Azure Data Lake storage. Means you have ingested data from all these sources in ADF. You are performing ELT and ETL operation, so you need to store this data somewhere, right? So at that point of time, you need to store the data in something called ADLS. Okay, which is Azure Data Lake storage. Okay, after storing it in ADLS, what you need to do is like, you then need to do big data processing on top of that. You need to do different type of transformations on top of that. So at that point of time, what you will need, if you want to do all the data processing, at that point of time, you need to come up with something called Azure Databricks. Okay, so at that point of time, you need to come up with something called Azure Databricks. Okay, so that you can perform all your activities together in the Azure Databricks. Okay, after you are done with the Azure Databricks, here, so after you are done with Azure Databricks here, then post that, what you need to do is like, you need to store this data somewhere. Okay, so where will you store this data? You will store this data in somewhere. I don't know why it is having this issue. Where you will store your data, you will basically store your data in a place called SQL Data Warehouse, right? You will store the data in a SQL Data Warehouse, right? So after storing the data in a SQL Data Warehouse, so you will store the data in a SQL Data Warehouse here, right? So, and then you will get it into a Power BI. Okay, so these are the many level or steps you need to take care of. Okay, so I have a very good diagram from the Microsoft as well. I will show you. Okay, that diagram as well. So these are the couple of steps wherein you are using how many services. You are using Azure Data Factory here. Then you are having storing it in Azure Data Lake storage, second service. Then you are using big data process Azure Databricks for big data processing. Okay, that is the third service. Then you are getting it into a fourth service, which is SQL Data Warehouse. Okay, that is the fourth service, and or SQL DB. And then you are getting into the Power BI, which is the fifth service, right? So these many number of steps you need to take, and these many number of services you need to subscribe in Azure. Okay, but now what Microsoft did is Microsoft came up with a Synapse platform in which you don't need to subscribe for all these activities. Azure Synapse is already having all of these activities in this single platform. Means uh, it is having the option to do the ETL activities, ELT or ETL activities, wherein you can create pipeline in Synapse. So your ELT part is solved. Then then to store the data in Azure Data Lake storage. So whenever you create a Azure Synapse Analytics, so during the creation only you need to bind Azure Synapse Analytics with a data lake storage. Means whenever you are creating only, they specify a storage. So it comes up with a storage as well, Azure Data Lake storage, where you can store all your structured and unstructured data. Okay, and after on top of that, then you need to perform the big data processing, which you big data processing. So previously you need to perform that in Azure Databricks, but in Azure Synapse Analytics is having its own Spark engines, wherein you can directly create notebooks and write codes in four different languages, including .NET, Python, PySpark. Okay, so it gives you that facility as well. And on top of that, it has its own data warehouse, which you just saw in the definition, that it is having something called dedicated and secure serverless pool, where you can directly store the data. So all of this, everything you are getting in a single platform. Okay, and it is having a connector to Power BI as well. Okay, where you can directly have your reporting part. So this is the fundamental advantage of using Azure Synapse over Azure Data Factory, where you don't have to manage all these services differently, as well as you don't have to bear the cost as well of all these services. You can have a single service. You can there it provides you multiple options of handling with prices and all. Okay, so you can leverage this service, and that is the primary advantage of using Azure Synapse over Azure Data Factory. So if you see this Synapse architecture, which I just draw to explain you, see you have on-premises data, cloud data, SaaS data, streaming data coming inside the Azure Synapse. Okay, and there are four activities we discussed right now we need to perform. So Azure Synapse Analytics firstly provide with you the Azure Studio, where you have everything, where that studio itself comprises of the data integration, wherein you can data integration means you will develop pipelines to do the data integration activities. In the management part, you can do all the big data processings and all in the management and everything using Spark engines. Okay, the it has also got monitoring tools as well embedded with that, and on top of that, it has its own security system as well, which will provide you a secure uh, layer for your data. Okay, and to perform these two, as I mentioned, that it will come up with SQL and Apache Spark. And on top of that, to store your structured or unstructured data, you are also getting a data lake. Okay, so it's a package you are getting in the Azure Synapse Analytics, and it is also having the direct connections with this Azure Purview, Azure Machine Learning, Power BI. So Azure Purview is basically a data map. So that is a complete different service. It's a place where you can have a data map. Means you can have all the data of your organization, and you can have a close view of that data map in Azure Purview. And You can do Azure Machine Learning as well as reporting in Power BI. Okay, so this is primarily the Synapse architecture and the advantage of using Synapse over Azure Data Factory. Okay. So coming to the next part is we have to learn the basic concepts before going to the Azure part. We have to learn some basic concepts of Azure Synapse. Okay, like these whatever the 5 things mentioned over here are the prime concept of Azure Synapse. Okay, what is a workspace? What is a link service? What is Synapse SQL? What is Apache Spark for Synapse, and what are pipelines? Okay, so all these are means when you will deal with Synapse, so even for the slightest operation of maybe moving a small data from here to there, you need to use all of them. Okay, so these are going to be your very important concepts in the Azure Synapse. Okay, so coming to the Synapse workspace. So what is Synapse Workspace? Okay, so as I have told, like Synapse Workspace is basically a cloud-based platform in Azure. Okay, and that workspace will consist of the data lake storage, which we just talked about, Azure data lake storage to store structured and unstructured data. Okay, it will also have a file system embedded within that. File systems are nothing but okay, so the containers are created inside data lake storages to store unstructured data into the files. You can store unstructured data into the file systems inside the containers. You can have all the Parquet files and everything. Okay, the Azure workspace which it comes up with, it allows you to perform all the SQL and the Apache Spark queries, and the resources which are available for SQL and Spark Analytics are being taken charge by SQL and Spark pools. Okay, so this is the primary fundamental part of Synapse Workspace. Okay, so before moving ahead, okay, so since we have a discussion on Synapse Workspace and we also had a discussion about data lake storage, and we also have a discussion about resource group. Okay, so those are the 3 things we have already discussed, and I believe we are very clear on top of that. Okay, so since we have already discussed these 3 things, then let's do some practical things on top of these things. Okay. Okay, so let's create those things actually in Azure platform. Okay, so whenever you log in into the portal.azure.com, you get this website. Okay, so herein you can search the resources which you want to create if you are aware. Okay, or else whatever the resources you want to create, you can create on create a resource, and you can see with respect to different categories Azure have listed different services. Okay, so here you can see, and over here you can search as well as you can go one by one and see in the analytics we are having Azure Synapse Analytics Data Factory. So you can see one by one over here everything. Okay, storage will get the Azure storage, Cosmos DB and everything. Containers will get containers, databases. Okay, so what we'll do is like we'll first create a resource group. Okay, so you can see here is an option for me given resource group. So I am creating I've already created a resource group. I'm again creating one. You have to give the name of you have to select the subscription first, then you have to give the resource group name, and then you have to select a region for the same. Okay, which region you want to create this resource group to. So I am selecting East US region. Then directly you need to create on review plus create. Okay, so then you will come in this tab and then you directly need to press create. So then it will start validating. Okay, and it will spontaneously create you a resource group. Okay, Synapse training. Okay, okay. So inside this resource group, you can create multiple services and everything, like whatever the services and all you want to create. Okay. So next, what we want to create is like a data lake storage account, right? because we want to store our structured unstructured data inside the storage account, and we just came to know that the storage account can be used for multiple purposes. Okay, so let's create a storage account. Okay, so how to create a storage account? So you click on create. First you need to give the subscription, which is free trial. You need to select a resource group, so which I have already selected, which has just created Synapse MindMajix training. Okay, then you need to give a storage account name. Okay, so maybe I am giving Synapse storage ADLS Gen. Okay, so I'm giving the name as Synapse ADLS Gen 2. Post that you need to select the region. Okay, which region you need to create it. Okay, and then you have to select the standard or the premium. So it is always prescribed to go with the standard. If not, you are having dealing with very large volume of data, maybe in millions or millions or something, matlab, huge millions of data. So uh, standard is pretty good to go with. Okay, so the next you need to select the redundant storages. Okay, so generally there are three, these are the redundant storages: LRS, GRS, and so a locally redundant storage is like, what does LRS helps you with? LRS basically what does it makes a copy of your data. It makes 3 copies of your data. Local redundant storage, what does it do? It makes 3 copies of your data, and it stores in the same region, in the same place. Okay, it doesn't store it in multiple regions. Okay, whereas uh, in geo redundant storage, what is the facility you are getting? It keeps 6 copies of your data, and it stores in multiple places. Okay, it creates 6 copies of data, and it stores in multiple places. And there is something also called GA redundant zone. There is also one type of redundancy which creates 9 copies of your data and stores across different places. So these are the 3 types of redundancies which you have. Okay, so we are going with the geo redundant storage, which comes as the default one. Okay, so after that you need to go to advanced. Okay, so in order to create there are different types of storage account you can create. So if I would have directly created it without coming to advanced tab, then it would have created a storage account, but not with a hierarchical namespace. Okay, means not with a hierarchical namespace. And whenever you want to work with Azure Synapse Analytics, you need to create a storage account with a hierarchical namespace, wherein including hierarchical namespace means it creates a data lake gen 2 storage account. So what is the benefit of data lake gen 2 storage account? Whenever you created a data lake gen 2 storage account, then the capability of handling data is very huge, and you can handle very high volume of data when you are having this data lake gen 2 data lake gen 2 service created. So we have to enable this hierarchical namespace, because if we don't enable this, then we cannot feed this storage account into Azure Synapse Analytics. While we'll be creating the Azure Synapse Analytics service, then we can't feed this storage account over there. Okay, so
Uh,
we
Anand,
please tell me.
so you're exclusively selecting data lake, right?
Right, I'm exclusively selecting data lake. Okay, if I wouldn't have selected data lake, then it would have created a blob account. Okay, blob
Yeah. So
service
what
account.
is the fundamental difference between blob,
Okay,
like both are unstructured?
so what is the fundamental difference between? Actually, there are 3 types of things. So in whenever you go with a blob, okay, the for Gen 1 blob part, here if we create a Azure Data Lake storage, okay, then what happens, it will come up with four options, okay. So one, it will come up with containers, it will come up with queues, it will come up with table storage, it will come up with file storage. There are four options which it will come up with, okay. And what happens in blob, blob can also store unstructured data, but it has couple of limitations on the sizes. Means whenever you create a container inside a blob, then what happens is you are right, you can store unstructured data, but it has got a limitation on the size of the container as well as the file size you are uploading inside the container, okay. So to overcome that scenario, at later point of time, this Gen 2 came, wherein you can have high volume of data, or you can store large 500 MB, 1 TB of files directly inside a container, and you don't have to worry about any sizing part. So that was the fundamental difference between Gen 1 and Gen 2, which it came up with initially. That is. So is it clear?
Uh,
Okay, let's move forward then. So we are done with the enable hierarchical namespace. We have to exclusively check it to create a data lake Gen 2 account. Okay, and then we can directly click on review. You can go through this traverse through these tabs of network, where you can have a public network, public access. So all it is prescribed to go with as it is things as it is. Okay, and there is something called enable soft delete. Okay, so what is this is something which you need to understand. What is soft delete? So soft delete is a feature wherein after you delete the files from your blobs, generally it gets deleted, right? But when you have soft delete feature turned on, so after you delete it, then also after till an amount of time, you can get back that file. Okay, so you can get, and you have with this Gen 2 account, you have that retention feature of 7 days. But whereas with the normal, means if you don't turn the enable hierarchical space on, then you have, I guess, that option of multiple days. Means it goes up to 10, 15, 30, 40, 50. Means you can, there is a slider which you can slide and select for whatever days you want to retain your data after you delete it. So that is called soft delete. Okay. So I will directly. Uh,
so data lake storage is nothing but normal storage.
Data lake storage is nothing but normal storage, but data lake storage is nothing but normal storage, but it has got the options of two types of storage. One is it can handle both structured as well as unstructured data. Maybe in the table data storage, which I will just show you once it gets created. In the table storage, you can store the structured data, whereas in the container you can store the unstructured data. Okay, so it is also a type of storage only. Okay, so the deployment is in progress, so it will take, I guess, 30-40 seconds, 1 minute of time to get it deployed. So we'll wait for that time. So so coming to the next part of it is like, as I mentioned, like once it gets deployed, so yeah, it has done. Let's go to resource, and you see there are four four type of data storages. You see, containers, file shares, queues, and tables. Okay, so containers and file shares are mostly data, and queues and tables are mostly used for structured data. Okay, so that is the fundamental idea about creating about the data storage. Okay, now coming to inside the containers, if I go inside the containers, okay, so there you can create containers. Okay, so maybe I can maybe I'm creating a container named Synapse demo. Okay, so here you can set the access levels also for the containers. Okay, so you can set no anonymous access or anonymous access. You can set like suppose this in these here here in these blobs also you can use it like like a Google Drive also, like you can post pictures over here. Okay, and also you can have, once you upload a picture over here, you can get the URL of that picture and you can post it to some of your friend or that link, and he can directly come up and access your picture. Okay, so this is that is the idea between the public and private access levels. Okay, okay, so anonymous read access I'm giving. Okay, suppose. Okay, or we can go with private also. Okay, so maybe Synapse demo, then I am creating it, this container I am creating it. Okay, so I have created so inside this container you can have all your files, whatever maybe. So inside these containers you can have your files. Okay, uh, so maybe I'm uploading a file. Let me just get the name. Okay, so if you have a same file with their same name, you can click on overwrite. Okay, but I will here click on upload. Okay, so we are uploading a in a Parquet file over here. Okay, so once you go here, go to properties. So you see you have a URL over here and you can use share the URL for the others to access and everything. Okay, so that is the idea behind creating a container and store the data. Okay, let's come to the next part. Okay, so we have created resource group, we have created storage account as well. Okay, the next thing we want to create is like we want to create a Azure Synapse Analytics account. Okay, so we will go here, search Synapse. Okay, so before going to that part, I forgot to say something. Uh, so as I mentioned at that point of time, there is something called access control, which is present in each and every service whichever you create. So here also you are having that access control part. The similar like the subscription one. Here also you can give accesses, or maybe you can regulate accesses to different people uh, based on your requirement or based on the project or the client requirement. Okay, so that thing you can also access over here. Okay, so and there is also something called Azure Storage Explorer. Okay, so Azure Storage Explorer is nothing but exe file of this storage account. Okay, so if you go to Google and download the Azure Storage Explorer, so inside the Azure Storage Explorer, if you open that, it's just like an exe file. It will if you double click and open it, you can see whatever the containers and all are situated over here. So that's like an exe which Microsoft has developed for the ease access of the user. But also you can access through portal as well. Okay. Okay. There is something one more thing I also want to tell you, that is access tier, which is there are two types of access tiers, which is called hot and cool. Okay. So what is this hot and cool thing? Okay. So what happens when you create a data lake? It is understand that in this data lake you can hot files are created whenever you want to retrieve those datas on a regular basis or on a very frequently basis. At that point of time you go with the hot part. Okay, And whenever you suppose want to create a blob account, suppose someone is asking me now, so why to go with a blob? So maybe you don't have the requirement of a data lake. Okay, maybe you just want to store your files or store your archived files in data lake storage. You can simply go ahead and create a blob account, uh, and then choose the access tab as school, because once you choose the access tab as school, then it means you are going to access those data very infrequently, not very frequently. And when you choose the access tab as hot, it means you are saying Azure that you are going to access this file very frequently. Okay, so those are the two primary difference between hot and cool. So that is one important point. Okay. Okay, so I think that's all on the storage account part. So here you will get a basic detail. Okay, what type of storage account create? I told you, na, it creates 9 copies. So that is called read access geo-redundant storage. So whenever you create a data lake storage, it creates 9 copies of those files and stores it in different locations. It uses that type of replication in this data lake storage part. Okay. Okay. So I guess that's all about the storage account. Anyone having any doubts in the storage account part or regarding the resource group part which we just created? Because now we'll be moving ahead to the next part, which is Azure Synapse. We'll go ahead and create that. But before going to that part, anyone having any doubts or anything? Okay, I will take that as a no and move forward. Okay. The next part which we want to deal with Azure Synapse Analytics, which we just read the definition above. Okay. So let's go inside. Let's go and create a Azure Synapse Analytics workspace. Okay. So you directly come here, click on Azure Synapse Analytics. It gives you create. Go ahead and click on create. Choose the subscription, choose the resource group. We have created this resource group. Okay. Then there is something called managed resource group. Okay, this is an interesting thing. What is a managed resource group? What happens is, like, whenever you by default on its own. Okay, so that's why it is asking that whether so okay. So as I said, like, subscription and resource group you need to mention, and managed resource group is something which you don't mention the name, it will create on its own automatically. Okay. So now you need to give the workspace name. So I'm giving the name as Synapse Workspace. Okay. So I believe if workspace namespace, see, it says this name is not available. So so this availability of name also depends on the region you are selecting. Maybe in the East US this name is not available. So maybe I'm giving this name, and maybe it is checking. It checks and sees that name is available. Okay. Now you need to give the account name. So we have created Synapse ADLS Gen 2 storage account. Okay. And also we have created this file system, right? Synapse demo. So we are taking this file. Okay. Or else what we can do is, like, you can also create a new one also. Okay. Synapse training. Okay. Synapse training we created. Okay. We are creating a new one with Synapse training. Okay, fine. Okay, then just nothing more. Review plus create. You just need to do nothing else, and then the big thing will come. That is the charge part. Okay, so you see there is something called serverless SQL. Okay, I told you, whenever you create a Synapse workspace, it comes with two things: serverless and dedicated. Create exclusively after the creation, but serverless is something which we'll get to know what is serverless. But serverless is something which it comes by default, once you create it. And here you can see the estimated cost per TB is like 392.67 rupees is the estimated cost of SQL per TB. Okay, so nothing to see much, and we'll directly press on.
Sorry, per TB and no time duration, like monthly.
No, what happens is like for serverless, what happens is like it's like pay as you go. Suppose you have executed a query, okay, so that query is taking 1 MB, okay, so you will be charged on 1 MB, okay, and maybe after 10 days you are executing another query, okay. So whatever the memory your query is taking, based on that memory this charge. So if your query is taking 1 TB of memory, okay, which is not possible at a glance also, but I'm just saying if something like that you have written, so then they need to, for that query it will take 392 rupees, but actually with 390 rupees you can have dozens and millions of I mean thousands of queries, okay. It means, so Synapse SQL is something which is serverless SQL is something which is very cheap, and dedicated SQL is something which is very costly. Because what is serverless SQL is something like you just think it of an engine which Microsoft is providing you, and the computive power has been provided from Microsoft side, and all the things have been provided from Microsoft side, and they are taking care of it. You don't have any headache of maintaining it, okay, or scaling it up. Maybe your whatever the query you have written, maybe that query is taking 1,000 data warehouse units to run, okay. So Microsoft will automatically assign 1,000 data warehouse units for that query, whereas your next query still needs 100 data warehouse units to run. So Microsoft will automatically assign 100 data warehouse units, okay. So you don't have any headache on top of that, okay. But whereas you, when you go with a dedicated SQL pool, what happens is like you have lot of headache, like headache as in you have to maintain your environment, because that's an environment which you are creating on your own, and you are not letting Microsoft intervene in that, okay. So therein you are specifying your data warehousing units, you are specifying your networking protocol, security protocols, everything you can toggle, okay. So that's why it's more pricey, it's more costlier compared to the serverless. So serverless is for those who is working on a small scale project, and that project does not require a dedicated SQL pool, then they can go with serverless. And dedicated SQL pool, maybe you have you want to do the entire architecture on yourself, wherein you want to design everything, you want to have a poly-based design and everything. At that point of time you can go with a dedicated SQL pool. So that is the primary difference between dedicated SQL pool and serverless SQL pool. Okay, I guess that answers your question, and we will learn more about them going forward. Okay, so I think for this the deployment is in progress. It will take some time for this to deploy, because this is a it creates a very big workspace and all that. So it takes around 2-3 minutes or 4 minutes of time, I guess, to get deployed. Okay, so meanwhile, just some few tips and tricks. Like here you can see the whenever you create anything, this is the notification bar of Microsoft, where you can see uh, and what is running, what is in progress, and whatever the things are successful. Okay, so I think it is getting it still now. Okay, and apart from that, this is a PowerShell Cloud Shell window which Azure provides. Here you can have you write your Bash or PowerShell commands directly. Okay, so instead of having PowerShell on your own, also write direct Cloud Shell commands in the Azure as well. I mean, suppose you are developing some DevOps thing. Maybe you want to schedule something. Okay, or maybe you want a storage account to be created, or a Cosmos to be deleted and recreated uh, every day, so that you don't have to pay charge
for throughout the day. Okay, so in for that you need to create a Azure DevOps pipeline using PowerShell script. So you can leverage those using these PowerShell commands and all. Okay, so okay, so this deployment is complete. So let's go to the resource group. Okay, so you see inside this resource group we have our storage account created, we have our Synapse account also created inside this. Okay, and also there is one more thing is like कौन सा था हमारा ये वाला. Okay, so let's go inside the Synapse workspace then. Okay, so this is the Synapse workspace which is loading right now. Okay, so and there is some, and inside you see it comes with a built-in serverless SQL pool, but you cannot see any dedicated SQL pool or Apache Spark pool over here as of now, right? You can only see built-in serverless pool which is present. Okay, which comes, and here also you have the access control to give specific accesses like who can use and all. Okay, and for the new dedicated SQL pool, here you have an option like new Apache Spark pool, Apache Spark pool for Python coding or PySpark coding, and dedicated SQL pool for SQL warehouse. To create a warehouse, you can create exclusively using this. Okay, and apart from this, okay, apart from this, I guess nothing much. We can directly jump to open. So whenever you want to open the Synapse Studio, here you can see the open Synapse Studio. You have to click in here. So what is opening right now is the Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay. I believe you all have a hard drop at 10:15, right? That's what I haven't been informed, right? Or 10:15, 10:20. You all
Yes.
have a hard drop. Achha.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, fine. Okay. So this is our Synapse environment, which we have been talking so much about. So there are a couple of options here. You can see home, data, develop, integrate, monitor, and manage. So these are the couple of options present, which we will talk about one by one as we go along with our presentation. Okay, let's jump to our presentation. So next important thing is like link service. Okay, so what is link service basically? So link service is basically like a connection. I think some last in thing last day where you all were training that you guys have worked on SSIS. So link service is somewhat like the connection manager of SSIS. Okay, so it's like you just point to where exactly you want to connect. So maybe you want to connect your Azure Synapse with a Cosmos DB. So you need to create a link service for the same so that you can connect with Cosmos DB. Likewise, you can it has n number of connectors with which you can connect to different service like Cosmos DB, SQL Data Warehouse, normal Azure SQL, SQL databases, couple of Excels, CSVs. Each has got every sort of connector, so you can connect to different different services using this link service. So you have to create a link service for the same. Next thing is what is Synapse SQL. So Synapse SQL has the ability to like TSQL only, which we write in normal SQL server. On the basis of that, it can perform different Synapse SQL activities. But there is one added advantage in Synapse SQL, which we will learn going forward. That is in TSQL, in normal TSQL, we cannot query unstructured data. We can only query structured data. That is which is in tables format, right? The data which is in tables, that data only we can query. But in Synapse, we can query unstructured data also. Matlab I can query an Excel file as well. Suppose you have got an Excel file, I can directly query that Excel file from Synapse. And literally query means I can even do the group by and everything on that Excel. Okay, so that is the power of Synapse. Okay, and that level of fun you can have with Synapse. Okay, so it has two consumption models. Okay, so by consumption models, it is basically talking about its built-in features of serverless and dedicated. So it has got two consumption models, and it helps you in running the SQL scripts as well. Next come the Apache Spark. So the Apache Spark for Synapse has the capabilities of, actually the Apache Spark is an engine which is used to run your node, to run your Python codes, okay, or your PySpark codes, or rather I should say in a better way, to do the big data processing. Okay, so in ADF you need Azure Databricks to do the big data processing, but Azure Databricks, inside Azure Databricks, it is having Spark is clusters. Okay, so there you need to write the code. Okay, but here, as I told, Synapse is having everything within it. So here it is having Apache Spark inside it. So inside Apache Spark, you can directly code and all. Okay, means Apache Spark is the engine. You need to create it, and then you can directly write your Python codes or .NET code, PySpark codes, everything. Okay, so that's what is written over here. You can create Apache Spark pool in workspaces. When you start using the Spark pool, the workspace creates Spark session to handle the resources associated with that session. Means whenever you are having a window, like in SQL, whenever you open a new tab, upwards you have a section, right, where you can toggle between master database, or you can toggle between different other databases and all. You can directly select. So that's what, like, you can directly select all these, or if you have multiple dedicated SQL pool or Apache Spark sessions, multiple, so you can directly select from the top, like which Apache Spark session you want to execute that code from. Okay, and then the whichever Apache Spark session you select, the code will be executed based on that Apache Spark session. So now you can ask me, then why can we not execute the all the codes in the same Apache Spark session? Because when we create Apache Spark session, there are some concepts of clusters and nodes which comes into picture. Okay, so those things are basically related in enhancing the query performance. The more the nodes, the more the cluster, the better the performance. So that's why maybe you have got a very big bunch of code, you want to execute it from a different Spark session or a different Spark Apache Spark cluster, or maybe you have a small piece of code which don't take so much of nodes and all, you can run it from a small Spark session. Okay, so that's the benefit of having multiple Spark sessions and all. Okay, so though there are two ways to use Spark in Synapse. One is Spark Notebooks and another is Spark Job Definitions. So Spark Notebooks, basically, as I have told, like in the Spark Notebooks, you can write in Scala, PySpark, CHAS, and Spark SQL. So these are the four languages you can write codes in Synapse. Okay, using these four languages. Okay, so these are available. Okay, and another feature of using Spark in Synapse is Spark job definitions, wherein for running batch Spark job using jar files, actually there is a place in Synapse where you can basically upload different jar files, and it will automatically run those jar files to fetch all the libraries and all inside, to all the libraries and all from that. Okay, so means I was once doing a POC on Cosmos DB, therein I require some one of the jar files to be imported into Apache Spark to get some of the libraries. Okay, so for those you can use those jar files here in the Spark job definitions. So that is one way of using Spark. Next, coming to another part is pipelines. So what are pipelines? Pipelines are basically the ways how Azure Synapse provides data integration. So by data integration, what I mean, data integration means I can have certain set of activities. So we'll just see it by creating a small pipeline. So see, there is a tab called integrate. Here you can create a new pipeline. Okay, you can name the pipeline here, whatever name you want to give. Okay, and maybe you want to have a uh, copy data activity over here. I will tell you what is a copy data activity or how it is done in the progressive classes. But as of now, just to understand what is a pipeline is nothing but a set of activities which it clusters together in a single batch. Okay, so suppose I want to have maybe have a copy data activity which helps in copying data from one place to another, maybe a lookup activity which I want to perform before copy data activity to maybe fetch what is the last recorded timestamp in the database so that I can fetch. And then on success, I can do something like this. I told you, right? If you are aware of SSIS, then it is very easy to learn these things because it is kind of same here also. So maybe pose that I want to run a stored procedure or something like that, so I can connect it with a. We all have to configure this, but I am just trying to make you understand that what is the use of pipelines and what is pipeline. It's okay. And once they are done, you all need to publish those pipelines before all you need to publish those pipelines to schedule and everything. Okay, so we will come to that part later. So basically, this is what a pipeline is. Okay,
So,
and that's how a pipeline is. Yeah,
pipelines
tell me.
in the Synapse which you are doing, are they
Hmm.
similar to the KDF pipeline?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I
So they
told.
can be
Key.
reused even there, entire pipeline can be reused.
Yes, you can. Whenever you do it, this JSON code is generated. Okay, so you can copy this generation code and use over there.
And vice versa.
Yeah, vice versa also.
Okay.
But yeah, naming and all you need to take care of,
Yeah,
and also the link service and all you need to, because this is just a drag and drop I have done, right? But going inside, you have to set up the connections and all, right? You have to configure the source and all, right? So whenever you will copy this JSON, if you don't have the same named link service over there, then obviously that will break. But
right.
just to give you a fair idea, like you can do this, but yes, obviously you have to do some plus minus, so obviously you
Okay.
cannot just directly copy and paste. So in representation to that, whatever you do drag and drop, a JSON code is generated behind everything. Okay. So maybe for the lookup activity, this is the block of the code which is generated as of now. Okay. So this is the block of code for the lookup activity. Okay. And it will enhance when I will give configure it. This code will go big obviously. But as of now, the default lookup code JSON looks like this. Okay. So uh, and also you can like create a pipeline, and maybe you want to copy this pipeline's data into this pipeline. Okay, so you can directly copy the JSON and go to this pipeline, go to the JSON. Maybe you can replace, just you need to change the name. Maybe you click on OK, and you see this pipeline is also, I haven't dragged and dropped anything in this pipeline. I have just copy pasted the code, and you see this pipeline is also uh, feed with those activities. Okay, these are pipelines basically. Okay, so pipelines are logical group of activities that perform a task together. Activities defines actions within a pipeline to perform on data such as copying data, notebook, SQL script. That's what I was doing right now, dragging and dropping copy data feature and all notebook. Notebook is also one of the activities to write Python codes and PySpark codes over here. There is something called data flows are a specific kind of activity that provide a no code experience for doing data transformation. There is something here called so in this data flow, if I drag and drop a data flow, okay, so what happens is like I suppose I don't want to code or I don't want to do anything, right? Means suppose you want to perform here any sort of processing, okay, So in that scenario, data processing, then in that scenario, you need to do some coding, right? Whether you do that coding in SQL or you do that coding in Python, but you need to do that code, right? But in this data flow, what will happen is like you can directly go inside this data flow and uh, without the no code low code feature, directly it has all the components inside it. Once you configure it, it has got all the components inside it, wherein you can basically um, uh, have without even coding, you can basically create a SCD type 2. Maybe you want to create a SCD type 2, right? So here, if you want to create a SCD type 2, you have to write codes, be it in Python or be it in SQL. But in this data flow, you don't have to code. It has got all these drag and drops and all. So you can use those drag and drops to have the fun. So this is also one feature provided by Microsoft Synapse. So the triggers. So triggers are same. You have also known those triggers in SQL as well. So here also we have triggers. Okay, we'll learn about those triggers and gradually and how to develop them in our classes. But yes, there is something called triggers as well here, where you can basically schedule your pipelines. Once you are done with the development, you will not run the pipelines on a daily basis from your side, right? You cannot wake up every day at 10 a.m. and run the pipeline, right? You need to have a automated system to run everything, right? So that's where comes up a trigger. So here you can have different types of trigger to do all those activities. Okay, so here in the portal I will show you. Here in the portal I will show you there is an option called triggers. Here you can go and create types of triggers. There are three types of triggers, four types of triggers, which we'll talk about in our upcoming classes. But as of now, you just this is basically used for scheduling purposes. Okay. uh, okay, so next is integration dataset. Named view of data that simply points or reference the data to be used in an activity as input or output. So what is integration dataset? So here what you need to do is like once you create that connection manager, which here is called as linked service, you need to point to the file, right? You point by developing a link service, you said, hey sir, go and connect with uh, Azure Data Lake Storage or Azure Cosmos DB. But you need to mention also, right, ki uh, inside Azure Data Lake Storage container, so there are n number of files. So which files you want to develop? Okay, so you need to say that, right? There comes the thing, you need to develop integration datasets to point to the files which you want to ingest ingest here. Okay, so that's where integration datasets comes to picture. So that going to this data tab, clicking on the plus button and clicking on integration dataset, you can create integration datasets. So you can say ki, I want to connect into the Azure blob storage, and then inside the blob storage I want to retrieve this file, I want to point to this file. So that's the purpose of integration dataset. So that's the primary difference between link service and integration dataset. Link service points to the source and integration database points to the files. Okay, so I guess these are the things which I have already elaborated you. Serverless SQL pool and dedicated SQL pool. What are they? Okay. So serverless, but there are three more things. Like I said, you in serverless SQL pool, what we can do is like we can here in Synapse where we can also query CSV files. Okay, right? Unstructured data we can query. So we can query that using open row set function, and also here we can see those results in a graph format. Okay, maybe in a pie chart format I want to see the result. Okay, I can see that. So these are the benefits. So we'll do those in practicals as well in our upcoming classes. And dedicated SQL pool, you know that it has dedicated and it's pricey, and there you get to do all the configuration. It is your personal SQL data warehouse. Okay, so let's jump into the portal. So what I mentioned yesterday, that what is link service? Link service is more like connection manager in SSIS, where you point like where you want to connect to in with which service you want to connect to, or with from which service you want to fetch the data from. So how to create a link service now? Okay, so suppose assume we have a data lake storage, and we want to make a link service with the Azure data lake storage, because yesterday we have uploaded a few files in the Azure data lake storage. So herein we will see how to create a link service with the Azure data lake storage. So what you do is like you just create all this link service option in the manage tab. Okay, and then you click on new. Okay, and you type here data lake. It has got many components to link to. Okay, just I'm giving an overview, like Amazon RDS, Amazon S3 cognitive services, Azure database, MySQL database, data lake, and it has n number of file systems, FTPs, and this many systems. It has also got external. You can also connect to external services like SAPs, snowflakes, etc. So all these with all these services you can connect to. This much of services you can connect to. Okay, so also you can traverse by from the headers as well, which service you connect to. You want to connect with NoSQL. These are the NoSQL DBs present over here. So while you explore it, you can take a look in that. Meanwhile, we'll go with creating a connection for the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Okay, so post that, what we'll do is like we'll click on the continue part. So then we have to name it something. Okay, so we are naming as your data lake storage training. Suppose we are naming this as a training. Then you can put some description if you want to, and the integration runtime is always left as default for auto resolve. Integration runtime this is the default engine of the Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay, now for here you can have the option of authentication type. So these are the 5 types of authentication by which you are authenticating. The most easiest way of authentication is using the account key, where you directly get to choose from 2 options. Ya to from Azure subscription directly, where it will give you the pop-ups. It will give you all the Azure subscriptions you have enlisted over here. For me, it's a free trial now. Okay, or else you can enter manually also the URL and the storage account keys. Okay, so Azure subscription, you get it from here, free trial. In case you want to enter the manually for all the details, then for all those manual details, you need to go to portal.azure.com, and then you need to go inside the storage account, which you have created. Suppose let's go inside this storage account. Okay, and then inside the storage account, if we go inside the storage account, here you will get all the uh, details about everything, about the keys and all, access keys and all. Here you get all the keys and URLs here. Here you can get all the keys. So these are the keys you need to give over there to get the access to. Okay, or else the easiest way to do is using the Azure subscription. You get to choose it from the Azure subscription from here. Then you need to choose the storage account name, to which storage account you want to connect to. Okay, and then you need to test the connection. You click on test connection to test whether the connection is fine or not, and then you click on create. Okay, so as soon as you click on create, Azure will start creating the link service. Okay, which you have created. So you see successfully created the link service Azure Data Lake Storage. So where can you see it, which link service you have created? Here only you can see that you have created a link service named Azure Data Lake Storage. Okay, but what is this related to? Means it is not related to any of the pipelines. Means we have not created any pipelines, or we have not done input of any activities inside the pipeline. So as of now, we have not utilized this link service in any of the pipeline. That is, it is why it is showing as 0. Okay. Also, you can see it here as well in the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. you get all the services. Okay. Now, after the link service, what we discussed is something called as integrated data sets, right? So integrated data sets, what we said that integrated data sets is nothing but a pointer to the which data file you want to point to. So that is the pointer to the data file basically. Okay. So how to create an integration data set when you want to create an integrated data set? Okay. For the integrated data set, if you want to create, then you need to come to the data tab. This is the data tab. You click on the plus icon and there is an option of creating the integration data set. Okay. So you click on the integration data set and then you need to mention that where is your integration data set, where is your data set located, in which service is your data set located. In our case, it is located in the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 only. So you click and continue. Okay. And then you need to specify that what is your type of file format. So these for the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, these are the type of formats which are available: Avro, binary, Excel, JSON, Parquet, and XML. Okay. So yesterday we have NYC taxi Parquet file, right? So we will want to point to that data set. Okay. So let's click on the Parquet file and then click on continue. Okay. Then you can name your integration dataset what you want to. So let's name it as NYC trip taxi. Okay. And then you need to give the link service. So you just created a link service, right? So you also need to point to the link service, that what is that link service. So we just recently created this Azure Data Lake Storage Training link service, right? So we'll choose this link service and then here we have to browse and give the exact data set. Okay. So inside Synapse demo, our dataset is present. So we'll choose this Parquet file and we'll click on the OK. Okay. And from there, you can directly click OK. So once you click on the OK, it will start creating the integration dataset for you. And you see here your integration dataset has been created. Okay. And after this integration dataset has been created, you need to publish it. Okay. So that you can use it going forward. Okay. So if you don't publish it, what will happen, like your whatever you have created, if you just close it, then it will discard itself. Okay. So whenever you create anything, you need to publish it whenever it asks you the option to publish. Okay, so here you can see it is showing that there is one event which needs to be published. Okay, so I am publishing this. So you see we have created an integration datasets also for our NYC trip taxi. So here you see we have an integrated dataset also which is listed as NYC trip taxi. Here you can see that. Okay. So this is how your integration datasets are being created. Okay. And as well as your link service are being created. This integration dataset and link services are a very primary things which you need to be aware of while dealing with Azure Synapse Analytics, because whenever you are doing any copy operations while copying data from source to destination, you always need to create these link services and the integration data sets. That is, while you want to copy a data from source to destination, you need to provide the input to the Azure Synapse Analytics, that from where you are picking up the data and which data set you are picking. So you need to create a source link service as well as a source integration data set, and you also need to create a destination link service and a destination integration data set. That is where you want to dump that data and in which location you want to dump that data. Okay, so you need to create both the things. So in which table you need to dump the data. Maybe you want to dump the data in Azure SQL data warehouse and in this table, so that table becomes your destination integration data set. Okay, so that is how you create link services as well as integration datasets in Azure. Okay. So okay, now let's.
When we create link service, that itself we are pointing to the data lakes storage, right? Why again data set?
Okay, you are pointing to the data lake storage, right, while creating a link service. But your data lake storage inside a container, you can have multiple files, right? So how will Azure Synapse Analytics know that which is that file you want to pick up? How will that know? So for that reason, you need to point to the data set as well. Okay, because if you don't point into the data set inside a container, you can place hundreds of files, right? And while doing a source to destination operation, you might want to do for some specific files, right? So in that case, you need to create a integrated data sets for the same, right? Because if you don't create, then it won't then it will not be able to identify, right? So that is the reason you need to create an integrated data set. Okay. Any other questions?
Will it handle multiple files at the time?
Absolutely, you can do use a for each loop. Okay, so you can you can put a for each loop, and inside that you can give a copy data activity. So what for each loop does is, like, if you give a reference to a container, then and you want key, suppose inside this container there are 10 files, and you want to traverse through all of those 10 files. Okay, at the same time, means one by one all of those 10 files you want to take in the same processing or in the same run, then you use a for each loop, and inside that you do a copy data activity. So likewise, that for each loop will enter inside the container, and it will take one by one, and it will copy the data from the source to the destination. Now you, at that point of time, what you need to do is you need to create a dynamic integration data set. Okay, dynamic integration data set means at that point of time you need to write some little bit of code in your activities, wherein you will feed, right? For the for each loop will traverse one by one inside the container, right? So whenever the for each loop will enter the container, it will take the first file, right? So and you are giving a for each loop, you are giving a copy data activity inside a for each loop. So you have to give the reference of the for each loop to the copy data activity, that whichever file that for each loop is taking up, feed that file into the copy data activity. Okay, so we are going to traverse through those use cases in our upcoming classes, wherein I will develop those pipelines to show you how you can achieve such operations. But the answer to your question is yes, it can handle multiple files as well using a for each thing. Okay, any other doubts? Okay, I will take it as a no, and we'll move forward. Okay. So in our yesterday's class, we also studied about serverless SQL pool, wherein we just for your recap, that Azure Synapse is having two types of pool: serverless SQL pool and dedicated SQL pool. And serverless SQL pool where the cost is very low, dedicated SQL pool where the cost is very high, because you can do all the configuration, maintenance from your side. So I said yesterday during our class that in the serverless SQL pool, the idea of creating the serverless SQL pool is like, in our in a normal SQL, you only can query structured data. Okay, but here in Azure Synapse, it provides or leverages you the option wherein you can also query unstructured data. Okay, by unstructured data, I mean like datas in files, or datas in normal CSVs and all. Those also files you can also query them on datas in Parquet formats, Avro format, CSV formats. You can do all those things. Okay. So now we will see that how we can query an Excel file. Okay. And we'll see how to query an Excel file, and also we'll see, I have also told you that you can see the results in different chart formats also yesterday, right? I told you, like, we can see bar chart, pie chart, and everything. So I will show you how to do that. For that reason, what we'll do is, like, we'll create an Excel, and we'll have four columns, suppose: ID, name, salary, and department. Okay. So we'll just input some values here. So we'll just say 10 records will take. Okay. Then we'll just give some random salaries for them. So, and we'll assign some department to them as well. Save this file. Maybe in our documents as details. And we'll choose save in type as CS. Mhm. So now what we'll do, we'll go to our Synapse and what we'll do is like we will go to our data lake. Okay, so this is our data lake. Okay, so Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. This is our Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, which we created yesterday. And this is our primary container inside this. Okay, or maybe our secondary container also we can take. Okay, so maybe we want to upload of this file which we developed, which we created. I have one file handy here, so I will take this. Okay. This file is also, I believe it is also having same kind of data. Yeah, okay, I will take it. Okay, so I will take this file and I will upload it here. Okay, fine. So let's go to desktop. I will upload this file, employee details here. Okay, so this file has got uploaded. Okay, so now employee details.csv. Now I want to create an SQL script by which I can use this file, right? So what you can do here is directly new SQL script, select top 100 rows. It leverages you the feature to do this. Okay, whenever you create on this, okay, and you can name your SQL script here. Okay, and then suppose let it be SQL script 1. So suppose I'm removing, it's an auto generated code, I'm removing this, and maybe I'm running this directly. Okay, and let's see what result it gives. Okay, and while it is running, I will explain you everything. Okay, um, this open row set function, okay, this is what I was writing. This open row set function allows you to access files in Azure storage and returns the content as a set of rows. Okay, so select start from open row set, and in bulk, what is this bulk? In the bulk, you need to give the URL of the employee details CSV. Okay, how you get this URL? So you have uploaded this employee details file here, right? So you right click here, you go to properties, and you click this URL. So this URL is the same. You can directly copy it from here, copy to clipboard, and this URL is the same URL which you need to give here. Okay, and then you need to give the format. Then there is something called parser version, which is 2.0 for everything. Then you are publishing it as result. So if we see the result, we can see that our column ID, name, salary, department which we have given is not the is has came in the row part. Okay, it has not arrived, it should arrive as a header, right? So it has arrived in the column part. Okay, so to in order to give that, in order to take it from row to header, what we need to do is like, there is something called header row. We need to mark it as true. Okay, so if we mark it as true and then run our query, so we'll see that our our header have gone to the header part. Okay, and this is our data. I will just scroll it up. So this is how we can query it. Okay, so after this, maybe we want to see, like, you can also apply group by functions over here as well, right? The things we do in SQL. Okay, so maybe you want to see that department wise what is the total salary. Suppose you want to see that we have 4 departments over here, right? So maybe you want to see that department wise what is the total salary which people are drawing, right? So in that case, you can do directly group by department, and instead of star you write department comma sum. You can also use aggregate functions as well. Sum of salary as total salary. Okay, so if you do this, you will see. Okay, okay, potential conversion error while reading varchar column name from UTF encoded text. Okay, so this is the error you are getting. Change database collation to a UTF-8 collation or specify explicit column schema and assign in UTF-8 to varchar columns. Okay, I think second should not give me this columns. Okay, okay. So here, what is the problem? It is like I have misplaced this department name. Okay, so if I run it, so you see, that department and wise you are getting the total salaries which is mentioned over here. Now suppose you want to see this salary in a chart wise, right? We also discussed, right? See it in a chart wise, right? So if you want to see it in a chart wise, then we'll go to the chart. Okay, so you see it is giving me a line chart. Okay, so suppose instead of this line chart, we want to see a pie chart wherein we want to see that department wise what is the total salary. So we see the department in the category column. Okay, and this total salary as the legend. So this is somewhat similar to Power BI stuff also. So you do these things in Power BI as well, right? You select different legends and all. So once I do that, you can see that department wise, what is the total salary? The finance department is drawing this much of salary, IT is drawing this much, logistic drawing this much, and HR is drawing this much. So this is the beauty of Azure Synapse, that you can even query the files, you can do groupings on them, you can do aggregates on them, and not only that, you can also export the results in graphs format to show it to your clients, uh, maybe some insights of the data also. So this is the all, and also you can save it as an image as well. Okay, so this is, till this extent you can work with files. Okay, and we have done this using the uh, Synapse serverless pool, right? We can see that you have connected to built-in pool. So built-in pool is the serverless pool. Okay, so that is how you query the data from the files. Okay, next going to the next part of it, like we'll see some things about serverless SQL pool as well. Every Azure Synapse Analytics workspace comes with server SQL pool endpoints. Then you can use to query data in the data lake, Cosmos DB or Dataverse. Okay. So, and in the Azure data lake, you have different formats. You can query Parquet, Delta Lake, delimited text formats. You can query multiple things. Okay. It allows you to query the data in the T-SQL syntax directly. You saw that the syntax was my T-SQL syntax without the need to copy or load data into a store. And it's like pay as you go service. I am only charged for only the query I have executed, not like it. I am not doing anything now, so it is not charging me anything. Okay, it's only when I am executing the query. Okay, now let's come and understand some of the advantages and disadvantages of the SQL pool, which is again very important. Serverless SQL pool offers T-SQL querying surface, something called LDW. Now, what is LDW? Okay, so there is something in serverless SQL pool which is called logical data warehouse. Okay, now what is this logical data warehouse? Because you told me that uh, in case of serverless SQL pool, what it does is like we store the data in a data lake storage, and then you come to the Azure Synapse and you directly query what is stored in the data lake storage. Any files you directly query from the Azure Synapse. Now, what is then logical data warehouse, and why even we need a logical data warehouse here? Okay, so what happens is like you can even create databases in for a serverless pool, right? Generally, we know, right? We can create databases for in the Azure SQL DB or for a dedicated SQL pool. You have everything like which you can open in SQL Server Management Studio. You can have a database and all over there. But here also you can create databases. Okay, so we'll see how to create database in the serverless SQL pool. Okay, we will open an SQL script, okay, and we will write create database training DB. Okay, maybe we want to create this database, and where we what is we are using? We are using serverless SQL pool, that is built-in pool. Okay, and let's execute this. And you see that my query got executed. Now let's go and see, just a second. Okay. And I think I need to publish it. Yeah, it got published, right? No, no, why it's not coming here? Should. Okay, we'll see it. Okay, so in short, you have created a database called Training DB in your serverless SQL pool, wherein you can store you can store all your external tables as well as your external schemas as well as your external views in this training database which we have created in the serverless SQL pool. Okay, so okay, so in serverless SQL pool, you can create these things: database schemas, views, stored procedure, and external resources. Okay, I will just see to it where I can show you the training DB. Okay, but before that, let me continue with this thing. Okay, serverless SQL pool, what we can create. So for the serverless SQL pool, we can create databases, schemas, views, stored procedure, and external resources. Okay, so for the databases, as I showed you, this is how you can create a database in serverless SQL pool. Okay, you can create schemas. Okay, schemas is like a normal database schema. Okay, you can create views, stored procedure, and external resources like data sources, file formats, and tables. Now, what is this external resources like data sources, file formats, and tables? Okay, so because all these things were what are all these things? Okay, so here tables are not the tables which is exactly you see in a dedicated SQL pool or in normal SQL. Here we create external tables. Okay, so what is the funda of external tables? Okay, so if I show you, if I am having handy external things, what is external tables? So basically external tables are not physical tables. External tables are basically uh, logical views of the tables wherein you don't actually store the direct data inside the tables, but it acts like a pointer wherein it directly fetches the data from the Azure Data Lake storage to you and displays it to you. Okay, so external tables, which we'll discuss in our future classes, will create external tables and all, but as of now, for your information, external tables are basically logical views which we create here. Okay, I will show you if I'm having some external tables here. Okay, so let me check if I'm having. Okay, I'm having few external tables over here. Okay, so let the SSOpen open. I will show it to you. What are how these external tables are. This workspace is the place where you will see all your databases and all your. So that's what I was expecting, that it should show the databases here. Likewise, it is showing here like what are the databases you have created. Okay, so I will just check for that. So it should also show the external database we create for the logical data warehouse, right? For the serverless SQL pool, it should show it over there. Okay, so we'll see that. Meanwhile, it is opening. So what I was telling you is like data external tables are basically the logical views. And what are the disadvantages of a serverless SQL pool? The disadvantages of serverless SQL pool are like you cannot create normal tables. Okay, you only have to create external tables, means it does not hold a physical table what you do in a normal regular database, or a normal SQL database. Okay, it you cannot create triggers in the serverless SQL pool. Triggers only you can create in a dedicated SQL pool. You cannot create materialized views. So normal views you can create over here, but materialized views you cannot create. So materialized views are basically one type of views wherein they are having their own memory allocation. Okay, so normally what views are logical objects, right? They don't have their own memory allocation, right? They are directly pointed to the query which fetches you the data, right? So that's what you can create in TSQL, but that's what you can create in serverless. But you create materialized views which is having its own memory allocation. You cannot create that. No DDL and DML operations are supported in the serverless SQL pool. So these are the basically the disadvantages, and the advantages are you can create normal external tables which will act as a pointer to your Azure storage, and you can create views, stored procedures, schemas, everything. Okay, so once you create a external table, it's you can it somewhat looks like this. So if you go inside these tables, there is something called external tables. So you can see these external tables look like this. Okay, so maybe if I could show you one. So you these external tables are having all the rows like the normal ones, and if I show you the normal create code of this external table also, so it somehow looks like this. Okay, it will take I think some seconds of time to fetch the script for the same, but it is also if you see, these external tables are also holding all those columns which you have created for normal tables. So these are like normal tables, but they don't have any physical copy of it. They are all storing the logical copy of it. Okay, so they basically hold the query and the pointer to the data lake where you are storing the data, and directly fire the query and fetches the data for you. Okay, so this is the somewhat the syntax of an external table, and there are multiple concepts like data source, location, file format, reject type, and all, which we will be discussing in our upcoming classes, like what is a data source, how to create a data source, why is it needed, what are the types of file formats we can use over here, and everything. Okay, but as of now, this is for your information. Okay, let's go forward.
Arnab, is this serverless SQL part of the data lake storage?
This is a part of the data. No. Serverless SQL pool is not part of data lake storage. Data lake storage is the place where you store the data. Okay, this is part of Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay, data lake storage is a different service. Synapse Analytics is a different service. Inside Synapse Analytics, there are two types of databases. One is serverless SQL DB and one is dedicated SQL DB. So it comes under Azure Synapse Analytics, not Azure Data Lake Storage. Okay.
So why didn't we create a link service for this?
Link service for what?
For this SQL pool.
No, you don't need to create. The link services are required to be when you are using pipelines. Okay, you don't need link services for SQL queries. Okay, you need link services for pipelines. Means whenever you create a pipeline, okay, whenever you create a pipeline, like whenever you do a develop a DTSX file in SSIS, right? And you do maybe you want to copy a data. Okay, so when you drag and drop this copy data activity, then it asks you the source data set, right? So in the source data set, you need to feed the data set, right? Like which data set you need to. But here you are directly in the SQL code, you are directly giving the path, right? In SQL code, you have the option to directly give the path, right? Here you see you are directly giving the path of the CSV here, but when you are developing it in a pipeline, you don't have any option to give path. You can only feed the data set. Okay, and in the JSON code, it will take the path, because behind Synapse pipelines, it generates JSON code, right? We talked about yesterday, right? There it will automatically take the path and everything, but you have to feed the links. You have to create link service and integration data set, and you have to feed the data set over here. Okay.
What is the use of SQL pool then? Like, why are we creating those?
The SQL pool, inside the SQL pool, you can directly query all these unstructured and structured files. Suppose you from your source systems, you maybe one of your source client is having some systems, and in batch, with the help of batch processing, they are posting all those files in your Azure Data Lake storage. Okay, that's how this data engineering solution works. Your client is having some files which they will push in terms of batch processing to your Azure Data Lake storage, or you will take the or you will connect with different sources of clients, and you will get the data into your Azure Data Lake storage. So that data in maybe in different format, not necessary, because Azure Data Lake storage can store data in both structured and unstructured data, right? So if your client is having unstructured data, then right, the unstructured data can be in a very tedious format. It is not possible for you to open the file and understand. So how are you going to understand what is there in the unstructured data? How are you going to structure that unstructured data if you don't know what is inside it, right? So Azure Synapse provides you or leverages you the option where you can take a glimpse of the unstructured data. Okay, you can take a glimpse of the unstructured data and you can directly use it. Okay, not only this, you can create a SQL script here as well, and you can directly use that SQL script in the pipeline as well. Suppose you are using a SQL, developing a SQL script here, and you can use that script in the pipeline as well.
No,
Okay.
I'm talking about those serverless SQL pool. Go backwards. Go back to
Where?
database. You showed database.
Okay, yeah. I showed database.
No, there was another account used.
Query you are saying?
No, not query. Go to that account, different account.
Uh-huh.
Here.
This is a
This
dedicated SQL pool. This is not a serverless SQL pool. This is a dedicated SQL pool.
the second one. Second one is serverless.
कौन सा? This one?
Yeah.
This one is a serverless SQL pool.
Why
So
did you
that's
create
why
it? What is the purpose of
this database, because
this?
this is what I was telling about logical data warehouse. I told you, right, there is something you can create, because you can see what are the external tables over here. Because if you create external tables, you also like if you have a dedicated SQL pool, you can go here and see, right, like what are the databases over here, you can expand and see, right? So suppose if you don't create a database over here, then how will you see that what are the external tables you are creating, what are the external resources? See, for a dedicated SQL tool, you have option of tables, external tables. You can see here as well as you can go in the SSMS and see, right? But for this serverless SQL pool, you cannot go inside SSMS and see. You need to have a data warehouse like structure, right, where you can see. So that is why it is developed over here. So you can create a database like the code I executed. So it will come over here with the name, and inside this external table you can see whatever all external tables you have created.
So are you
And
saying that will be our destination which we want to see?
right, it will be your destination which you will want to see, right? A wholesome view of the destination which you will want to see. You are creating random SQL scripts to create external tables, but you need a wholesome view of your destination, right? That where will you create it? Okay, and what are the things present? What are the views present over you? So that you can directly have a glimpse of it in a data warehouse like structure over here. Because these things are very tricky things. I means you will not get so much of elaboration everything in the website or in the net. Okay, because these things because these are normal pipeline, how to develop normal use cases you will get everywhere. Okay, but these things you won't get everywhere, these details. Okay, because what is this dedicated SQL, what is this server SQL pool, and how you can create these SQL scripts like that, or the question you just now asked. Okay, so if you have any doubts like that, please feel free to ask. Okay, because these are very small things, but you need to have that understanding very much. Okay, for now I will take it as a no and I will move forward. Okay, so that's what. So so that's what I was saying, like if you the way I created a database, right? So that way under the workspace you should see the database like this, and you will have your external tables which I showed just now. You will have your external tables listed over here, which you will create in your serverless SQL pool, and you have external data resources. What is external resources? External data source or file formats are nothing but a part of external tables, wherein external data source will basically hold the data source, means that URL of your file where it is located, and the file format will hold the format of the file, that whether it is Parquet, Avro, CSV, delimited text, whatever. And these views will hold all the views. These schemas will hold all the schemas, which is in normal database, and the security is also like normal ones. Okay. So these are the options we build for a normal logical data warehouse, which you develop in serverless SQL pool. Okay. So that's all. With that, we end our entire story of serverless SQL pool. Next, we'll move to the dedicated SQL pool. Okay, we discussed about dedicated SQL pool yesterday, but today we'll create it, we'll see it and everything. Okay, now dedicated SQL pool, as we discussed it, it's a billable resource. If you are not using also, then also it will charge. Okay, but yes, there is an option in dedicated SQL pool wherein you can pause the pool to reduce the cost, means you can stop the pool, but make sure once you stop that dedicated SQL pool, then what happens will, you cannot even fire a query, or if you have something scheduled over there, maybe you have a pipeline schedule which runs every day at 10 a.m. and you have paused your SQL pool, then that execution will get failed. Okay, so, and your dedicated SQL pool will be associated with dedicated SQL database, like the one I showed you just now, right? Your dedicated SQL pool will have their own dedicated SQL database, okay, like this. So now let's go ahead in our login and create a dedicated SQL pool.
So one minute. So can I use in a pipeline data lake storage as source and serverless SQL pool as destination?
You want to use serverless SQL pool as source, means you
No,
want to
destination.
uh,
And
you want to
data lake
use
storage and CSV you have, right?
again
Destination
again
source, data lake, sorry, serverless
again
SQL pool as destination.
again I told you that in serverless SQL pool you cannot store something. It's a logical view, it's not a physical view, so you have to store it in Azure Data Lake storage. So you can, so what, so your question should be something like this: can I have my source as dedicated SQL pool and my destination as Azure Data Lake storage? Because serverless SQL pool after all points to Azure Data Lake storage, right? Because serverless SQL pool is not having any memory allocation. It is just holding a logical view of your data lake storage, right? Or so, or whichever connection you are giving it to. Logical view, by
Storage.
right. For or data lake storage or whatever storage you are creating, wherever you are pointing it to. Right now we are pointing it to data lake storage, right? We are saving our file in the data lake storage, right? So it is giving the pointer to the data lake storage. You see, I have executed this query in the serverless SQL pool. You see, I am not storing or doing the data anything here, right? What I am doing, I am given the reference to the data lake storage, right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So
Can
your
you
question
where is
should,
the script saved in the
sorry,
serverless?
sorry.
Where is the script saved? The SQL script one. Is it in the serverless pool? Yes, sir.
This SQL suite is for serverless SQL pool only, na?
Where is it saved? Can you show where is it saved?
Okay, this script you are asking.
Ah,
This script is saved here. Develops SQL script one. Here your scripts are saved. Okay.
this is nothing but our serverless pool, right?
And this is nothing but your scripts are saved inside the server. This is the SQL scripts you are saving. Okay.
Hmm.
And your serverless again you need to understand, okay, I think you are confused between SQL pool and SQL database. Okay, you need to understand SQL pool is an engine, SQL pool is not a database. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, so don't confuse between pool and database. Okay, pool is an engine which helps you to fire the queries and do all the analytical things. Okay, it doesn't save anything. Okay, so you save your data in some other storage options which you have, like Cosmos DB, Data Lake storage, etc., etc. Okay. So serverless SQL pool is just an engine which helps you fire the query. Okay, it doesn't help you store anything. Okay,
Okay.
okay, you got it right. Okay, so this is where you are having all your SQL scripts. Okay, and this is the and that's all. And in your workspaces you can see what are the databases you have in your. You can see serverless DBs as well, which I termed as a logical data warehouse. You can also see dedicated SQL pool, which are going to develop right now. So let's move to the dedicated SQL pool now. Okay, any other questions regarding serverless SQL pool? Any other questions regarding serverless SQL pool, or else I will take it as a no and I will move forward.
Yeah, where we can use external tables in real time.
In real time you can use external tables to create a polybase design of the database. Like suppose as I said, your client is having a source system where from in batch using batch processing he is posting your data into the Azure Data Lake storage, right? So you have all your Parquet files in the Azure Data Lake storage right now. Now you want to perform some operation so that you can take all the data from the Azure Data Lake storage and post it into your Azure SQL data warehouse, right? So what you can do is like, and you want to design it in such a way so that you do all these transactions very fast in a very fast way. So there is something called polybase design, wherein what happens, you create these external tables which will act as a staging table. What happens, you create an external table. What this external table will do, external table will basically hold the reference to your Parquet file which is saved in the data lake storage, right? And after that what you do, you apply a copy data activity, in which what happens is like you copy the data from the external table and you post it in the Azure SQL data warehouse. Okay, so that is how you use the external tables. You use the external tables as a staging table so that you can do your data transfer very fast. So the primary use of external table is like a staging table. Does that answer your question? Okay, let's go now to create a uh, yeah, SQL pool, dedicated SQL pool. Okay, so this part is also very important. Okay, how to create a dedicated SQL pool, and because primarily we use dedicated SQL pool because to store structured data. Okay, because structured data we cannot store in serverless SQL DB, right? We have to use dedicated SQL DB to store structured data, right? So let's create this pool. So once you come here, you directly come into this monitor tab, go to the SQL pool. Okay, you can see that I have only built right now. We have only built-in serverless SQL pool over here. Excellent. Okay, is it something that it doesn't? The options to create. See, just give me 1 second. No, sorry. You come to the manage and then you come to the SQL pools. Okay, and then you click on new. Okay, then you click on new. So this is your dedicated SQL pool. Now you need to give the name. Okay, what name you want to give, and this is the performance level. So performance level includes data warehouse units. Okay, so these data warehouse units directly is referenced with the performance and nothing else. Okay, the performance level selected is currently limited to this region, is an error which is giving right to me. for me, I will create a data warehouse of 100C. But yes, you can create data warehouse up to 30,000 C, which will give you 30,000 data warehouse units, which will be super duper fast um, if you have like huge data. Okay, and this is the cost per hour. Okay, for this 35,000. Okay, but for now we will create a normal estimated DW 100C, because this is for the training purpose. So maybe we can create with the name Synapse Training DB. Okay, so we are creating of 100C. Okay, just for your information, it all depends on the query. This utilization of data warehouse units depends on the query or you are using. Okay, right now, just to show you a glimpse of it before I proceed with the creation. Okay, to help you, make you understand. Okay, so because there are some scenarios which I can show you from here. See, I have some of my queries developed for my client, which consumes up to DW500C. Okay, so I am having this pool with DW500C units data warehouse, and you see I have some of my queries are taking DW500 up to 400 500C, and when it is taking 500C, you see on the right hand window active and queued queries, it is around executing around 26 queries together, and 26 concurrent executions happening, means maybe around 26 queries are getting fired at the same time based on whatever codes I have written. Okay, so based on that, it is having taking so much of DW. Okay, so it matters on what level of core, what level of joins you have done, what is the data you are having, how much records you are fetching, what type of distribution, we will talk about distribution next, what type of distribution you have applied on your tables. So it all depends on all those factors. Okay, so that's how it is very important. Okay, so let's create this DW100C. Just click on review plus create, nothing to see, and it is costing us 118.59 cost per hour. Okay, okay, then let's create it and then I will tell you. Okay, whenever you guys are creating it, okay, see, you all are having a limited credit, right? So my advice will be that when you are using this new dedicated SQL pool right now for your training, I am saying, when you are using it, you create it, it's very fine, okay? But when you are not using it, you pause it, because if you don't pause it, it will keep charging you 115 rupees per hour. So that wise it will cost you in 24 hours, it will cost you around 100 rupees into 24, 2400 plus 15 into 24, it will cost you around 2600 rupees per day. So that way your everything will get expired in a only 10 12 days only. You cannot even have the option to enjoy this service for 1 month. So please make sure to pause the pool. Okay, so once it is getting deployed, I will show you how to pause the pool. Meanwhile, I can show you. So once it gets created like this, it will create you a pool. Okay, dedicated SQL pool. Okay, you can also search it from here. So you go inside this Cogent SQL dedicated. Okay, so inside this Cogent SQL dedicated, you see there is something called pause. So you can pause it using this, and it is advised for you to pause it once when you are not using it. Okay, and then there is something called scale. Scale is the unit. So scale is something like, suppose you have assigned 500 units today, but tomorrow you need to increase it because your data got increased. You need to enhance the performance and all. You can directly increase it by increasing this slider and click on save, and it will increase it. Okay, so those two are the primary things. Okay, access control, I have always told you that there is something called access control in every service, where you can give the accesses to your whoever person will be using and everything. Okay, so let's go back. see our Synapse training DB has been created. So you can also directly pause it from here as well. If you click on pause, it will get paused. Okay. You can also scale it from here. So it is successfully
One
deployed.
thing here,
Please ask. Tell me.
yeah, actually, individual account we can pause, but in real time, while working in client,
You
how
cannot
we
pause.
can handle.
Okay, there is a scenario you can handle it. So what you can do is like there is something if you want to save on the cost. Okay, so in real time scenario, how you can handle it is something like though in most of the case and most of the clients I work with, they don't stop it. Okay, as you see, I'm working, but yes, because if your data is getting maybe your data is getting yes, you have scheduled something every to run every hour. Okay, so you cannot pause because what I'm doing for my client is I'm running every hour, so I cannot pause the pool. But suppose your scenario is like you run it once in a day at 10 a.m. and throughout the day you don't use it, then so there is no purpose, right? That you should keep it on for the whole day, right? So in that scenario, what you can do is you can write PowerShell scripts, okay, and you can create a Azure DevOps pipeline. So you have to create a Azure DevOps pipeline where you can write PowerShell scripts. So that what that PowerShell script will do, that PowerShell script will basically pause your DB, okay, and then restart your DB. Means maybe you have developed a Azure DevOps pipeline in which you have written a PowerShell script. That PowerShell script will basically maybe pause your DB at 12 p.m. every day in the morning, okay, and then restart your DB at 8 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so maybe your pipeline runs from 10 to 11, so you are pausing it at 12 and then resuming it at 8 a.m. So you can write a PowerShell script and you can deploy that in Azure DevOps pipeline, and then that's the way you can handle it. Okay, see our SQL database.
Is there any option
Sorry.
automatic pause and restart?
Automatic pause and restart. No, automatic pause and restart is not there. Means by timing you are saying, right?
Yeah.
No, for by timing you cannot pause and restart.
Okay.
You have to create it. Means I did one thing because I was developing one thing, right? I was this similar scenario I faced when I was working with Cosmos DB. My Cosmos DB is also the same. Okay, it charges you constantly. Okay, so and there is no point of me, right, to get charged continuously, right? So at that point of time, what I did is the same. At that point of time, I what I did is like I created PowerShell scripts deployed in the Azure DevOps pipeline. I used to delete that Cosmos DB every day night, and I used to resume it in the morning. Okay, I used to store that whatever was there in the Cosmos DB. Azure Data Lake storage is very cheap. You can store anything. I used to store the data in the Azure Data Lake storage. And in the morning, I used to create a Cosmos DB and revive the content from the Azure Data Lake storage and put in the Cosmos DB. So that way, similarly, you can also avail here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So our dedicated SQL pool is created. Okay. So now. There are a few things we will deal with. We need to understand in the dedicated SQL pool and the Synapse SQL pool architecture before we go ahead and start doing all the queries and all from our next classes. Means tomorrow we'll create all the tables and everything, create the shading patterns and all. Okay. So before that, we need to understand some Synapse SQL architecture components. Okay. So let's start with that, the Synapse SQL architecture components. Okay. So you see, in Synapse, there are two concepts. One is control node, another is compute node. Okay. Now, how Synapse is designed is like Synapse charges you separately for storage and separately for processing. Okay. Synapse has designed itself in such a way that you don't get charged when you are not storing anything, and again you don't get charged when you are not doing any processing activity, like you are not querying, don't get charged. So Synapse has developed itself in somehow in such a way that you get charged differently for storage and for processing. So in that way you can save cost. Okay, you are not giving the cost for the activity which you are not doing. Okay, so for that reason, Synapse came up with two features called control node and compute node. Okay, so what happens? What is a control node? What happens is something like whenever you do a query, okay. Suppose you said select star from table name, okay. You fired that query, then that query goes to the control node, okay, and then the control node basically distributes that query into 60 parallel queries, okay, and then pass it on to the compute nodes. Okay, then those 60 parallel queries are being passed to the compute nodes, and from those compute nodes it is getting passed into the storage. Suppose you are fetching it something from the storage. If okay, so that is how the Synapse has been designed. The distributed query engine runs on the control node to optimize and coordinate parallel queries. It means the control node is the main node which optimizes and coordinate the parallel queries, and this control node passes your select star from query to different compute nodes. Okay, and when you submit a T-SQL query, the control node transforms it into queries that run against each distribution in parallel. So that's why Synapse is having the MPP engine, which is called massively parallel processing, because your control node is distributing your query into different compute nodes, as a result of which it can perform in parallel. All the compute nodes perform in parallel. It helps you give faster performance. So that's why it is called massively parallel processing engine. Okay, coming to the next part, what is compute node? Okay, distribution maps to compute nodes for processing. Okay, what I said is control node passes it to different compute nodes for processing. As you pay for more compute resources, distributions are remapped to available compute nodes. Okay, so whenever you are developing something, there is a fund of nodes, I told you, right? So the more nodes you assign it, the more nodes, the better performance you get. So that's how the control node and the compute node works. The number of compute nodes ranges from 1 to 60 and is determined by the service level for Synapse SQL. So the compute node is just CW you use from 100 to 30,000. Then likewise, the compute nodes are also from 1 to 60. It depends on you how much compute nodes you want to assign. Based on that, your control node will pass on to those nodes. Okay, so this is the work of control node and the compute node, which helps in massive parallel processing of the engine. Now there is something called data movement service. Okay, so what is this data movement service? Okay, so you see this DMS which is there with every compute node. So this DMS service is the data transport technology that coordinates data movement between the compute nodes. So what happens is something like whenever your control node receives it, your control node passes into different compute nodes, right? But there is a service which is called data movement service. This data movement service helps to coordinate the if suppose you have a query which needs data movement. Suppose you are trying to fetch some data, and control node has passed it to different compute nodes, and maybe one of the compute node needs some reference to from a different compute node to get the data. Okay, so at that point of time DMS is activated, means data movement service gets activated, which helps to coordinate this data movement between these compute nodes. DMS ensures the right data gets to the right location. Okay, so that is the work of the DMS, that it should know that whichever the data it is going to different nodes, it should go to the exact location. So that is the primary use of data movement service. So and at the end of the day, maybe you are storing something in Azure storage. Since your data is stored and managed by Azure storage, there is a separate charge for your storage consumption, as I already said, right? As your Synapse is designed in such a way that it charges you separately for processing and storage. Okay, so if you are storing something after doing these operations, then it will charge or else will not charge. But if you are storing something, it will have a separate charge for you based on your whatever storage you are using, right? So it is not mandatory how much storage you are availing, but it charges you how much storage you are consuming. So there also lies the difference. Okay, it's not like you are availing this much of storage. You have taken a standard subscription of Azure storage, and it is having suppose 20 TB of it storage, and you are using 1 GB of storage. So it will charge you for 1 GB of storage, not 20 TB of storage. Okay. Now, as your data is stored in three patterns, you can choose which sharding pattern to use to distribute the data when you define the table. These sharding patterns are called hash, round robin, and replicate. Okay. So whenever you store data in any in Azure Synapse, the data are primarily stored in three patterns. Okay, one is hash, round robin, and replicate. And this is very important, trust me, because whenever you create the tables in Azure Synapse, you need to mention what type of table you want to create, whether you want to create a hash table, whether you want to create a round robin table, whether you want to create a replicate table. Okay, so you need to exclusively mention that. If you don't get the usage of these these sharding patterns, then what you will end up with, you will end up with having a wrong design, which will help you suffer a lot when you will have a huge volume of data and you will start querying those data as having multiple joins and everything. Okay, so you need to understand these sharding patterns very well, so that whenever you create tables, whenever you create fact tables, whenever you create staging tables, you create log tables, you must be sure, you create dimension tables, you must be sure that what type of sharding pattern you should use while creating those tables. Okay, now let's talk about the first type of sharding pattern, which is called hash distribution. Okay, what happens in hash distribution is like, suppose you have a table. Okay, each table is having a number of columns, so you need to define one hash column. Okay, so in hash distribution, what happens is like, you define one hash column. A hash distributed table can deliver the highest query performance for joins and aggregate on large tables. Okay, so hash distributed tables are basically used for joins and aggregations on large tables. They are primarily used for fact tables. Okay, and the tables which have around data of more than 2 GB, it is prescribed that you go for hash distributed tables. Okay, so it will give you very good result and a very impressive result. Okay, to shard data into a hash distribution table, a hash function is used to deterministically assign each row to one distribution. What does it mean? It means, as I said, whenever you want to create a hash distributed table, you need to create a hash column. Okay, like we used to create primary keys on the tables. Likewise, you need to create a hash column on the hash distributed table, and based on that hash column, your distribution of the rows to the compute nodes will be done. Okay, it means your hash function is used to determine each row to the one distribution. Okay, so basically whatever the hash function you design, you define it over here, based on that hash function it will distribute your data into the different nodes. The hash function uses the value in the distribution column to assign to each row into distribution. Okay, so suppose I am giving you an example. Suppose there is a scenario, consider you are making a hash column. Okay, in one of your table, and suppose that it is having 60 rows of 1 and 2 rows of 2. Okay, so how the distribution will be done? All the 60 rows will be distributed to one of the nodes, and the two nodes and the two twos which is having in that row. Okay, you have two rows with two values, so that two values will be passed to a separate node. So that is how the distribution is being done. So whenever you are trying to fetch it, so what happens, the records which are having 60 rows of one, that is given to one node. So it is very easy to fetch records if the distribution has been designed like that, because Azure Synapse Analytics know in advance that which compute node is having which data, which of the data. So it can easily help you retrieve the data, and and it will be very faster, right? But suppose what you do is like you create a hash column on a date column, suppose, Rahul. So then that is a mistake, because you have thousands of records in the table, and every date is different. So what happens, it will pass each and every date to different nodes, right? So it doesn't make sense that every node will contain only one data, right? So it doesn't make sense to design your data to put a hash column for a to make a date column as a hash column, because it won't get you the desired result or the faster performance, because it will be every date will be distributed to different nodes. Okay, so it won't be helpful in that scenario. Okay, so I hope you are clear when to create a hash distributed table and why to use it. It is primarily used for fact tables, and which where data size is larger than 2 GB of data. Now, what is round robin distributed tables? Okay, there is another sharding pattern called round robin. Okay, what happens in round robin is like, firstly, round robin also delivers fast performance, but round robin is prescribed for staging table, means for loads, means where you are dumping the data. You are not using that table to retrieve the data. Like fact tables are used to retrieve the data, right? But in the staging tables, or in the one-time load tables, or in the one-time load tables, what you do is like you do a direct dump of the data, right? You generally don't retrieve or the information like you do in the fact table, right? So in those types of tables, in the staging tables, you can make those staging tables like round robin tables, because what happens in the round robin distributes the data to different nodes, but in a skewed fashion. What does mean by skewed fashion? In a random fashion. Okay, means it is like in a hash distribution, it is having one pattern, right? It will distribute all ones to one node, twos to another node, but it will divide the node, it will distribute the data randomly. Okay, it will distribute it to multiple nodes, but it will distribute the data in a very random nature, as a result of which uh, if you want to if you use it in for loading that for in the tables which is used for loading, then it will give you very fast result, because it will randomly split up the data into different compute nodes and will help you store the data. Okay, so that is faster. But if you want to retrieve, use it for retrieving, so it is not having a definite pattern. It has used random pattern to share to divide the data into to distribute the data into random nodes. So at that point of time, it won't give you very good result. Okay, so you should use it for staging tables, or with the tables which is having which is having maybe data of 1 GB, you can also use round robin over there. Okay, because it is having small amount of data, then it will be very easy to fetch it, not very difficult. Query performance can often be better with hash distributed tables, as I told you, that if it's having a okayish table maybe of 1 GB or something, you can use it. Joins on round robin tables require reshuffling data, which takes additional time, because the data is in a random pattern. It is not in a proper shuffled way. The data has been reshuffled to different nodes, so it will take obviously additional time. So that's round robin. The last is replicated tables. Okay. So what is replicated tables? Replicated tables provide the fastest query for small tables. So when you have small tables which is not having so much of data, so you can use maybe you are storing an information, like maybe once a day your pipeline is running, and you are storing the pipeline related information, like data factory name, time and all, maybe in a log table. So those type of tables you can make it as a replicated table, because those will be small tables. It will have a single entry for each record for each run. So you can make those types of tables as replicated tables. And what happens in the replicated tables, primarily In case of replication, what happens, the same copy of the tables is being given to multiple nodes. Okay, a table that is replicated caches a full copy of the table on each compute node. So how much or whichever compute node you have assigned, it will basically distribute that entire table content to all of it. Okay, so basically it will hold multiple copies of it in multiple nodes. Okay, the same copies in multiple nodes. Okay, consequently replicating a table removes the need to transfer data among compute nodes before a join or aggregation. Query performance can often be better with hash distributed tables. As I have said, if you are doing query, if you are retrieving something, fetching something, then it is always better to go with hash distributed tables, because uh, it gives you faster result. Joins on round robin table require reshuffling data, which takes additional time, as I told you, and replicated table is prescribed for small tables, as it holds a copy of the same data in multiple tables. So it is basically consuming more memory, right? So when you are having the same volume of data and you are replicating the same volume of data in your multiple tables, then what is the thing you are doing? You are basically, you are ending up consuming more memory. Okay, so hence, as a result of which the performance can be impacted. So it is prescribed to use for small tables.
Okay. So till yesterday we discussed on these replications, on the shading patterns and everyone. I hope everyone is clear on top of that. Okay. So yesterday, if you remember, we are facing some issues with uh, uh, seeing the workspace, right? We are facing these issues like we were not unable to see the workspace on the left side. Okay. So what happens is, so whenever I will tell you this, so whenever you will create it, so there is something called a refresh button over here, right? So you need to click on once you create any spool or any workspace, you always need to click this refresh button over here, so that this entire window gets refreshed. In the after this window gets refreshed, we will able to see this. Means once I click on this, this entire window will get refreshed, and then it will be able to see me. Or you can directly close this and reopen this from here. Okay. And one more thing I want to show you. I created a dedicated SQL pool yesterday. You guys hope so. You guys remembered. You see, I forgot to uh, turn off that dedicated SQL pool. I just created it yesterday only, and I forgot to turn off that thing. So what it resulted to, I will show you that in only one day I end up spending 2,500, around 2,000. Got me a credit of 15,000, near to 15,800, I guess. And right now I am left with 13,742. Okay, so you see, it has charged me, means the Azure keeps updating itself. As of the point it has got updated, okay, it is showing me as 1,210 rupees. Okay, so but it has charged me around, I guess, 2,000 rupees, because I was having the credit of 15,500 or 600. Okay, so in one day this much. So if you going forward, if you guys are creating the dedicated SQL pool from your work environment, okay, from your free trial environment, please make sure that you go ahead, and uh, pause it. I will show you once how where to pause it from. Okay. uh, so this is the training DB we created. You can directly pause this training DB from here. You can click on this pause, and it will take some time, 1-2 minutes of time, and it will pause you. Okay, and only with 100 cc I am having this cost. If I would have taken more than 100 cc, then it would have costed me much more. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, I wanted to tell you about. Okay, so now today we will do some activities with dedicated SQL pool. we'll do some activities with the Spark pool. Okay, so let's go to the dedicated SQL pool we created yesterday. Okay, so this was the dedicated SQL pool we created yesterday, Synapse Training DB. Okay, you can also see this here if you go to the data tab, and if you see in the workspace, there are two DBs you can see, right? One is Synapse Training DB and one is Training DB SQL. So this Training DB SQL is the logical data warehouse which we created yesterday on the first thing. The logical data warehouse is related to the serverless SQL DB. Okay. So as I told you yesterday also that serverless SQL DB consists of external tables. So you see there is external tables and external resources and everything. And in the Synapse Training DB, whereas Synapse Training DB is the dedicated SQL pool which we created yesterday. So if you see both the dedicated SQL pool and the serverless SQL pool DB, you see the only difference between the two is here you are getting only one extra option, that is tables. So this table can contain the structured data. So you can create structured data over here, but here below it you can be in the server logical data warehouse or serverless SQL pool DB, you cannot create structured tables. So it is pretty clear from this, right? It is pretty clear from this thing. Okay, now the next thing I want to show you, till this point we worked yesterday. Now the next thing I want to show you, right, once you have created the dedicated SQL pool, where can you find it from the home page and how you can use SSMS to directly log in into that. Okay, so let's go to the home page. So this is the home page. Okay, so what you need to do first is like you have a workspace, right, listed over here, Synapse workspace, which was under which we were putting all our resources. Okay, so inside the Synapse workspace, sorry, Synapse inside the resource, where sorry, click from inside this resource group, if you go, you see all your everything has been listed over here, all resources. Pool I've created today to show. I will show you later on. Apart from that, till yesterday we created a Synapse workspace, we created a storage account, and we created a dedicated SQL pool. Okay, so if you go inside this Synapse workspace, you will be able to see a few informations. One is SQL admin username. Okay, one is dedicated SQL endpoint, one is serverless SQL endpoint. Okay, so this SQL admin username is going to be your username. Okay, it's pretty clear. Now when we created dedicated SQL pool yesterday, you might have noticed here when we created the dedicated SQL pool from here yesterday, when we created this dedicated SQL pool from yesterday by clicking on new, we just put the name over here and we press review plus create and create. But there was no area where we could have chose the password or you would have given the password or something, right? So there was no option of that. Okay, so what happens when you create it from here and click on Azure Synapse here, so admin username you get by default as SQL admin user, but the password, for the password there is an option called reset SQL admin password. Okay, you can click on this reset SQL admin password and create a new password and re-enter the new password and click on save to get your password by your own, which I have already done. Okay, so you can create this, you can give some password here and here and click on save and it will save your password. Okay, so once you are done with that, next come to the dedicated SQL endpoint and serverless SQL endpoint. So what are these dedicated SQL endpoint and serverless SQL endpoint? So this dedicated SQL endpoint refers to your server name. So whenever you try to just so whenever you try to go inside, go and try to connect with the database engine, here it asks for the server name, right? So here in the server name you have to give, I've already given yesterday, that's why it's here.
here in the server name you have to give the endpoints. So like you see, I have given here the endpoint of the dedicated SQL pool. This is the dedicated SQL pool endpoint which I have given it over here. Admin and password I have given, and if I press on connect, so if I press on connect, the SQL server will get connected to the dedicated SQL pool, and whatever you can see over in the portal, you can directly do it from here. So you see, if I expand the databases, there is something called Synapse Training DB. It takes the name by default, whatever name you give as the dedicated SQL pool name, na? Whatever you name you give as the dedicated SQL pool name over here, it takes this name here. It takes this name directly over here, Synapse Training DB. And going inside this training DB, you can create the tables and everything it is having. Like a normal SQL server, it will have all the options to create tables, views and all. Okay. So, so today we'll do some actions. Okay. I have already created some things. I will drop those. Okay. And we'll do some actions over here. I will drop this too. So I've dropped this too. Okay. I will do some actions now. So to do some actions, the first action, what I want to do is like, I want to create a table here and do some actions over. I will just go ahead and create a SQL script, which we have already done before as well. Okay. I'm leaving it as SQL script 1 as of now, the name. Okay. Now I will directly do some activities over here. Okay. So I will try to create a table. Okay. So to save time, I have already written some codes. So I will go through the codes and try to explain you everything. Okay. So if you look at this code, so here when I will try to execute the code, I have to select Synapse Training DB here first, okay? Because by default, this SQL script gets connected to the serverless. So I have to exclusively select this Synapse Training DB, okay? Connect to the Synapse Training DB, it will take the database. If you have multiple databases, then you have to select it from here, but or else it will take the Synapse Training DB database, okay? So what is this code showing is like, if this table does not exist in this database, then create this table. This is the first piece of code I have written. First I am checking in the system functions, which you can do in normal SQL also. You do, right? Sys.objects to and join with to check whether this table is already present in on there or not. So if this table is not present, what you do is like, you go ahead and create this table. Okay. So this is the code you write generally. Okay. So now I have given all these. Okay, the data types here are also mostly similar to SQL only. Int, float, and numeric, and all these things are accepted over here. Now you see, yesterday we talked about the distribution patterns, right, or the sharding patterns, right? Wherein we discussed about heap, round robin, and also we discussed about replicated tables, right? And I told you that the hash partitioning you use using with a hash column, when you have a fact table or something which is having more than 2 GB of data, but whereas when you are normally you can work with the round robin or the replicated ones. Replicated table, round robin, you do it for the staging table or where you have small amount of data. So you can always go for the round robin, and replicated tables can be used exclusively where you have very small amount of data, and maybe you are maintaining some log tables for to record all the Synapse data factory informations and everything. Okay, so see, I have given that the distribution will be a round robin and a clustered column stored index, which is same as the clustered index which we were talking about yesterday. Okay, I have exclusively mentioned that. Okay, next there is one more thing. So in how to write with distribution, so this is one extra thing which you don't generally do in your normal SQL tables. So along with the create table code, inside a bracket you have to write with distribution equal to round robin, and if you want to put some indexing on top of that, you can write that. Okay, so this is one thing you do generally. Okay, and the same thing what you do is like, and the same thing if you want to create a fact table, okay, or if you want to create a hash distributed table, so you need to write something like this. You give the table name. Okay, you give the entire table name, what is the table name, and then or what is the table columns, and then you need to give the distribution a hash, and you need to mention that on which column you need to make yourself a hash column. Okay, so here you can see I have made here the product key as an hash column, right? So I told you yesterday, right? So you need to make a column as hash column, which you find when you have n number of data id columns or something. So all different id and you have maybe all different type of repetitive ids, right? So in that case, because product key is, it's a fact table, right? In the fact table you are do the hash partitioning, right? So it can have repetitive values of product keys, right? So here what you will do, right? Suppose you are having 20 product keys with value as 5 and 40 product keys with value as 10, and and the list goes on with that. Then what it will do is like, it will uh, allocate those different product keys to different different control nodes. Okay, wherein they will store all the different product keys in different control nodes, so that at later point of time when you query the data, it can fetch the result much faster. Okay, so that's why you do need to do it like this. Below it, there is something I have written, dbcc uh, uh, dbcc pdw show space used. Okay, so this is a by default stored prog I have, where you can pass the table name. In this stored prog you can pass this table name, and you can check that how your data has been skewed. Yesterday we talked about skewing, right? Skewing means putting the datas or distributing the datas in different nodes, right? So you have a fact table, and you have already inserted all the values and all. So after you do this distribution, you will see that your data will get, you can clearly see that whatever product keys you are having, whatever number of product keys or whatever different values of product keys you are having, so that has been distributed to different nodes, that has been distributed to 60 different nodes. Okay, so that if you are having uh, those things, it will get distributed to 60 different nodes, so that you can see clearly if you execute this stored prompt. So this is just for the knowledge purpose. Okay, you can see it at the background what is happening. Okay, next is for the replicated tables. If you want to create one, okay, so likewise I have made the distribution equal to round robin. So you just need to change the distribution as replicate. Okay, the code remains the same. Instead of round robin, you need to put replicate over here, and you need to run the code. Okay, so this is the way to create replicated tables, hash distributed tables, and round robin partitioning tables. Okay, so you guys, once we are going to, before we go and create this table, take an example and create this table. So we'll go ahead and create this code, create this table, try to create this table and see what happens. Okay, so I have connected to the Synapse training DB here and it will run it. Okay, so you see it gives me query executed successfully. It means it should have already created the table for me. So I will go here. As of now there is no table. I will refresh and you see we have the table over here. We have created the table successfully over here using the round robin method. Okay, so similarly you can change the round robin with a replicate. You can clearly change it with a replicate and to do the replicate, and also you can do the hash. I have already given you the code for hash also here. You can do using that hash also. Okay, that you can try on your own once you go back and create these SQL DBs. Okay, you can try on your own those things. So I've given you a small example for the same. Okay, so next what we are going to do is like, so our database is already our table is already created in the database we created yesterday, table we created today. Okay, now post this, suppose what I want to do is like, I have I want to, what I want to do is like, so I have created a dedicated SQL pool here. Inside that I have created a DB and I have created a table. Okay, but this table is having no data, right? As of now this table is blank. If I execute, this table is blank. I want data here, right? So what I will do is like, we yesterday or day before yesterday, what we did like, in the storage account, in our storage account, where is the storage account? Here is the storage account. So in our storage account, in our one of the containers, we have uploaded this NIC trip small parquet file, right? Day before yesterday we did this activity, right? So what I want is, this parquet file here in the storage account is already having the data. Okay, I want to get the data from this parquet file and I want to insert that data in this table in the dedicated SQL pool. Okay, so as you all know that this parquet file is having a unstructured, we are having unstructured data in the parquet file which we can query only in the EA part. So what we'll do, we'll get the unstructured data, because I told you that you can have structured unstructured data over here, and we'll get this, and you can query files over here. So we'll get the data from a parquet file over here and we'll try to put it in a structured way in a table over here, right? So how to do that? So for that, there is a code which I will discuss about. Okay, I think it is visible to you, all right? Yeah, I think it's visible. Yeah, so the code is like, copy into dvo.nic taxi small, which is the table I have created. Okay, and you give all the table names over here, all the column names over here. Okay, and then what you need to do is like, you need to pass like, from where, from where you, from where it will copy. It will copy from the storage account, inside which storage account container, inside which you have your parquet file. So you need to give the path over here. Okay, so where will you get this path? I've already told you before as well. This path, you will get it when you will go to the data tab, you will go to the link tab, and then you have your storage account linked over here. You will click here. This is your container where it is where you have uploaded the Parquet file. You will just click on this Parquet file. You will right click it, click on properties, and this is the URL. You need to copy the URL from here, and then you need to paste it over there. Okay, it's very simple. So that's what I have done. Okay, and then you need to uh, mention some parameters. Okay, wherein the file type is Parquet. Max is one of the parameter, you can ignore it. Okay, I have already put as 0, and identity insert is like off. Okay, now identity insert is, you also do it in normal SQL as well, you know that. So now I want to execute this block of code. You can select this block of code and you can click on run. So you can see query executed successfully. So it took only 15 seconds to copy all the NYC Parquet file data into this table. So what is the count? So it is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 lakh data is he having. So within 15 seconds of time, okay, it copied all the data from there to here. Okay, it's quite fast. Okay, and now you can just, if I give you a glimpse, so you have all your data listed over here. Okay, so it successfully entered everything. Okay, so you are done with this thing part, right? So you created the table, you inserted the data. So directly from a file, you queried a Parquet file over which is present in the data lake storage, and you directly copied the data into here also. Okay, so at later point of time also, if you have a client who is having uh, many files coming in and uh, into your data lake, and you want to copy the data to your data gated SQL pool, you can avail these things, this technique. You can do that very easily, right? It's very easy, right, to do all these things. You can query it, you can directly insert it. Okay, there are a couple of other methods also to insert, copy the files and insert the values over here. This is one of the methods I am showing you as of now. Okay, as we go forward, we'll see more methods and all. Okay, so the next thing what we want to do is, suppose what more activities we can do from here. Is it only table creation and this thing? No, we can even in the workspace we can even do we can also, so suppose from this data maybe you want to this thing I have already showed you once. Okay, but with this I will show you one more added thing. Is like uh, I want to calculate the average of whatever data you have right now, from which I want to calculate the average and sum of your trip distance miles. Okay, and what I am doing is like I am taking this piece of data from here and I will create a new table and put it into there. Okay, and I will see what happens. Okay, so the codes are already written, so that also you can do from here. Means everything you can do from the here itself. Okay, so it is retrieving the query results. The idea is to show you that how fast it is. Okay, queries so you can write, I know, but idea is to show you how fast it is. Okay, that out of 1 lakh data it will do all this sum, average, everything within seconds, and it will just create a table and it will do it. So if I refresh it, so you have created another table, and So you have created another table and you have done all the sum distance, average strip distance, everything, right? So and also you can see that it also came over here as well, because I also have written the select star a statement over here also, and the same thing you can select in a chart as well. Okay, you see that this line chart is showing some of the values, because the legend is having the passenger count and the sum of trip distance. Okay, so this is how you create table, how you create database, create dedicated SQL pool, create database on top of that, create table on top of that, and insert the data from a Parquet file stored in Azure Data Lake storage to the dedicated SQL pool, and on top of that you can even query that table and put the queried result in a different table as well, and you can show line charts and everything. So this is an end-to-end flow of your dedicated SQL pool, how to do all such activities. Okay, so next we will move to Apache Spark pool. So before I move to Apache Spark pool, so do you have any doubts? Please feel free to ask. Do you have any doubts?
Yeah, one doubt here. If you get
Yes.
any error loading data into destination, so where should see error log?
Sorry. Oh, acha, error. If I would have given a missed a comma or something or here, so if I would have removed it and executed it, would have given the error here on the results tab on. That's what you asked, right? Where it shows you the error, right?
Yeah, so while loading into the destination table, so where we
So
get
it will
error log?
loading into the destination table. It will give you the error logs, or you are asking about where it will show you the error.
Yeah, error. So can you show
Error.
me? So
Sure. Suppose maybe I have removed this here, so it should show me a error, right? This is the error. Parse error at line 47. Expected but did not find a closing quotation mark after the character string. So this is the thing we are asking, right?
yes. So is there an error in the source? How we can
Source.
resolve? Yeah.
There is no error in the source. The source, so you have uploaded it manually, right? Source, so you have just uh, gone to the source. Where is the source? Storage account. Okay. Source, so you have manually uploaded it. Means source, what error you will get. Suppose you go to the containers. So inside this container, you are manually uploading it from here. Source. Okay. So if you design a pipeline to add data here, then you get any error, then from wherever you are doing that activity, there only it will show you the error. If you are doing this activity from here, then it will show the error in the messages section. If you have designed a pipeline to do that, then in the pipeline execution window only it will show you the errors. Okay, there is this is the place to show you the error. Okay, but as of now, whatever activities we have performed, we haven't performed anything in the pipeline as of now. That is an upcoming thing we'll do. But as of now, you are doing a manual upload here. So what is the thing you can get? The error it can give you is, suppose if I want to upload a file. Suppose if I am uploading the same file, okay, and I haven't selected. Suppose I haven't selected this is the error how it gives you in the source. The following files already exist. Okay, so if you click on override, then you can upload. You got my point? So this is how it gives you the error. Okay, as of now what we have seen. Okay, so this is it. And the thing you are asking is like, you have a pipeline designed already from source to destination, and that thing is giving you error and all. Okay, so that will come going forward. We'll see that. Okay, that if you are have we'll do some mistakes in while developing the pipeline, and we'll see how it throws you the error. Okay, So even not only that, also what happens is like uh, uh, there in pipeline also. Just I'm just saying it since you asked me this question. Okay. So you create a pipeline. Okay. So suppose you dropped here a copy data activity. Okay. So if I want to run this copy data activity now, it won't allow me to run even, because before you want to run it, your copy data activity needs to be validated. Okay, you see it is giving me direct IA. So the first step is validation. What is validation? The validation is a basic step where it expects you that whatever the important parameters marked as star over here, you should pass those parameters correctly first. Means likewise you done a stored proc, right? Execute stored proc and you don't pass the parameters and all. Okay, so obviously, right, yeah, it don't run, right? So this is right a validation for you. That first level of validation is you should always have all the things, all the source dataset and sync dataset, everything should be mapped. And then the next level of error is like you have done some thing in your data, or your data is having some problem. Maybe in the source part you have integer, maybe source in the source in the you have one field as string, and in the destination where you are dumping, that field is an integer, right? So obviously it cannot integer string into an integer field, right? So at that point of time it will give you a error over here. Okay, this is the place where it will run and it will give you a error over here. Okay, so or maybe when your everything will be scheduled, if I show you in real time how it happens, I will show you. When your pipelines will be scheduled and you have everything done already in an automated process, so there is a tab called monitor. Okay, here also you are having this tab, you see here also you are having this tab called monitor. Okay, so here is a tab called monitor and you can monitor all the pipeline runs over here. Okay, so see all of these pipelines are succeeded. So maybe if I select last 7 days, you can select how many days loading. So you see I should have one of the failed pipelines over here. Okay, see this is one of my failed pipelines. Okay, and it cannot connect to a database when it is paused. Means what thing is that at that point of time I was increasing the DWU of the database. Okay, so before increasing the DWU of the database, I just went ahead and paused the database uh, to stop all the concurrent executions, and then I started it and increased the DWU. Okay, so that's why it gave me that failure. It failed and gave me that cannot connect to database when it is paused. Okay,
So this same copy data can you do with serverless pool also, with database attached to that serverless pool?
okay. So when you are working with the pipelines, okay, so copy data activity is an activity. So serverless SQL pool, and so what you are asking is, suppose I will give you the use case. Okay, you have to understand the use case first. So in a copy data activity, what you do, you have a source, you have a destination, right? Okay, so your source is suppose Azure Data Lake storage, that NYC trips Parkified we have uploaded here, and your destination is the place, should be the place. Now your question should be that can I use a copy data activity to load data in a Synapse serverless SQL pool DB as well as a dedicated SQL pool DB? Yes, you can. Okay, but one thing I have already told you, that serverless SQL pool DB is not structured. I have already shown you here in the workspace that you don't have tables here, you have only external tables here. So you can create external tables. Okay, but you cannot create normal tables. So in order to have to store data in a structured table, you have to use dedicated SQL pool only. Is my point clear?
What do you mean not structured? Like if I attach a
Means
external
you,
table, SQL
uh,
table,
sorry, if you attach the external tables. to
if I attach an external SQL table to the serverless pool, it is dedicated.
uh,
Sorry,
uh,
it is structured
again,
only.
again I've told you that what is an external table. The external table is a logical view of the table. It's not a physical table, right? External table doesn't store data, right? External table, if I have shown you the code for the external table, it just holds a pointer to the table, right? It just holds a pointer to the data which is stored in the data lake storage. So what it does, it basically queries that, it basically directly queries the data in the data lake storage directly, right? It doesn't query your table. You cannot write select star from table name, right? In the dedicated SQL pool, or you cannot use your facts. You cannot develop your facts and dimensions on top of your uh, uh, data lake storage, right? You anyways need to bring that data into your normal table, right, to develop facts, dimensions, and everything, right?
Hmm.
Because you will not only create a single table, right? Suppose if you want a one-time load and you just created an external table, pointed the reference to your Azure data lake storage, that is fine. But if you want to create a complete data engineering solution, which we generally do, creating one-time load, creating incremental load tables on top of that, to have because incremental load we create so that it don't have take any duplicates. One time load might have duplicates and all, right? So incremental load, we do the delete and insert or update and insert operation, right? So in the you create incremental load. On top of that, you create your dimensions. On top of that, you create your facts, and then your views to access everything. So you need to come here. Okay, you need to put the data in your physical tables, right, to do all such activities. You cannot do all such activities based on your Azure data lake storage, can you?
Okay.
No, right?
So can you go back again?
Go back where? Tell me. Sorry. Go back here.
So
Okay.
what you showed in training DB, can you show the training DB? The serverless pool.
Yeah, this is the serverless pool training DB. Yeah.
So the pointers to the tables here, where will they point to?
It will point to the Azure where your file is located. You have placed the file in the Azure data lake storage. It will point to Azure data lake storage container.
Okay.
That's why you right click over here, go to the properties section, and you select the URL from here, right? It points to this URL.
No, not this one. Go back to the external tables in SQL. This training DB. So if I have a table here, what is the table pointing to? Like you said.
Acha, I will open an external table from you. Okay, I will open a code of an external table. It will be clear for you. This is the thing I was saying. See, okay, it is giving you a location. It is a data source equal to data lake external source. Okay. Yeah, what is this data lake external source? Actually, this data lake external source have been already coded with this URL. Okay, so this is a variable we are taking here as of now, but this already has been coded behind with the URL of the source, which is this URL. Okay, so this has been already, since I am passing, I have coded it with this URL, and I have saved with this parameter, and then I am passing this parameter over here. That this is the data source parameter. Okay, and then I am also giving the location over here as well, that inside this is the folder where you can access the file, and inside that folder the format of the file is Parquet file format. Okay, so that is how you do it. Okay, so in our tomorrow class we'll work with the external tables only, means we'll create external tables, we'll see how a data source is created, we'll see how a location is created. So tomorrow's class is based all of the external tables on. So that is the only part remaining in this. So in tomorrow's class we are going to cover these things in detail. Okay.
So
Let me
the meaning of that is basically to query your data lake storage.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. You query your data lake storage. You got it right. Any doubts? Does that clear your doubt? Does that clear your doubt?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any other doubts?
But our data lake storage can have unstructured also, right? So only blobs which can be properly queried, I think those will go to serverless queue, right? Serverless pool.
Right. Which you can properly queries and all. Right.
Like that Parquet file which is
Right, this Parquet file and all. Means you can query Parquet files, you can query what I
CSV and
should say, CSV, Avros, XMLs and all everything. So what are the formats I showed you yesterday, na? Over delimited text, okay. I think around 10, 12 formats you can query. You can have files in those 10 to
whatever
mostly.
can be queried can be moved to serverless pool, basically.
Right. Whatever you can query, you can move to serverless pool. Right. Spark pool. Okay. So we talked about, as of now, we talked about two pools: serverless SQL pool, dedicated SQL pool. The last one is the Spark pool, which we are going to see. Okay, so let's go. So here we'll use PySpark coding to do. It will also be interesting for you. So where is our presentation tab? Okay. So what is a Spark pool? Okay. So Apache Spark is a parallel processing framework that supports in-memory processing to boost the performance of big data analytic applications. So on the very first day, if you remember, I told you that when I was explaining you the differences between uh, Azure Data Factory and Azure Synapse, you remember, right? I told you that the analytics runtime is having something called as Apache Spark, which helps you. If you see in this diagram, it is something called as Apache Spark, which helps you to do the big data analytics work, okay, or the data analytics processing. In our, if we would have gone through our Azure Data Factory part, then at that point of time we have to use another resource called Azure Databricks to do all the big data processing, okay, big data analytics processing, and then we have to bind Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks together, okay. But here in the Synapse, it gives you the Apache Spark pool or the engine within itself only. You don't need any other service to subscribe to. It will give you the engine itself only, so that you can perform all the big data operations, okay. So that is the Apache Spark pool, okay. We can create serverless Spark pool under management hub menu in Synapse Studio. That is what it is showing you, where we can create the serverless Spark pool, okay. The next thing is understand the serverless Spark pool. A serverless Spark is a way of indicating how a user wants to work with Spark, okay. When you start using a pool, a Spark session is created. So what happens, like when you create a Spark pool over there, okay. So I told you yesterday, right? Spark pool has its concept of clusters and nodes, right? So what is a Spark pool basically? So when you design a Spark pool at the back end, you create some clusters and nodes based on which, based on those cluster and nodes, what it does is it does the processing, right? It does your big processing of your coding, right? Or whatever big data analytics processing you want to do, right? So, and when you connect to that session, like in the SQL scripts, whatever you are doing right now, we used to connect to the built-in SQL pool or the dedicated SQL pool, right? Now here we need to go and create a Spark pool, and then we need to connect to a Spark pool, okay. And here, instead of SQL scripts, we will create notebook scripts. Here right now we are creating SQL scripts, And to write the to do the big data analytics things, we need to create notebooks where we'll write PySpark code. It supports you 3-4 languages, I told you. And yeah, and what happens, and then a Spark session gets created, okay, and then you can execute one by one your line of codes and everything that we'll go and see. Okay. The pool controls how many Sparks resources will be used by that session and how long the session will last before it automatically pauses. Okay. What happens whenever you create a Spark pool, okay, and then you connect to the create a notebook script and connect to a Spark pool, what happens is like, and you write a piece of code, then the Spark engine or will basically determine that whatever code you have written, how many nodes it is required for to execute that. Okay, so you can have 3 to 10 nodes, 3 minimum, 10 maximum. Okay, so maybe you while creating this Spark pool, okay, if I show you, so you see there is something called, right now we created dedicated, there is something called Apache Spark pool. Okay, so if I create a Apache Spark pool here, I need to give the name. Okay, suppose Spark pool 2. Okay, then you see uh, node size are of, these are the node sizes you can. Okay, these are the different cores present over there. Small core, medium core, large core, X large, extra, double extra large. Okay, so you selected suppose small core. Okay, so in the small cores, first come the concept of cores, which is basically a VM type thing, and then come the concept of nodes. So inside a core, how many nodes you have? Okay, so you can have starting from 3 to 10 nodes. Okay, so if you do, if you leave it like this and click on create, so you see estimated cost per hour will be 130.05 to 433.51. Okay, it's a huge one. 130 to 433 means you are leaving it on your Azure Spark engine. Key boss, I have written this code. Now you see key, if this piece of code requires more nodes to be executed, I am leaving you freely. You dynamically determine that what will be the best result or the best performance I can get to run this code, to run this block of code. So I am leaving the node on you. If you require 10 nodes, you take 10 nodes, man. I don't have any problem, but I want the best or the best performance result. Okay, so that's how you can leave that on the Apache Spark engine. That Apache Spark engine or session will dynamically determine the number of nodes it will require, and then it will run and give you the performance, give you the best optimal performance you can get. Okay, but when you should create it, it is advisable that you do it only 3. Means here you are saying ki uh, boss, nodes maximum 3. Okay, not more than that. Okay, because here is a pricing factor, because if you leave that up to 10, so maybe you have written a big piece of code, and maybe it will take 433 to give you the best optimal performance. But I don't need, I mean, since we are using for trial, I don't need performance here. Okay, so yeah, I see the cost from 130 to 430 has got from 130 to 130 only. Okay, so post that, you can click review plus create. Okay, and you can click on create to get it created. It takes 3 to 4 minutes of time to create this Spark pool. Okay, I'm not creating it right now, then it will again take some time. Okay, so I have already created it, but it will just, you need to press on create and it will create. Nothing else, nothing else. Okay, this card changes. You see, I have, and once it is created, it will give you a message like this: successfully deployed the Spark pool to the workspace. Okay, so once you get this message over here, then it means your Spark pool is created. Okay, and once your Spark pool is created, you can see in here in the Apache Spark pool that your Spark pool is created with 4 core 32 GB 323 nodes. Okay, this is your Spark pool. Okay, so whatever configuration or workspace you have given, it will create. Okay, so this is how you can create your Spark pools. Okay, the pool controls how many Spark resources that I just told you, or and how long the session will last before it automatically pauses. See, Spark pool is works like a serverless SQL pool. Okay, so the concept behind serverless SQL pool and Spark pool is kind of same. Okay, the Spark pool here works with the policy of pay as you go. Okay, you pay for the Spark resources used during that session and not for the pool itself, right? For dedicated SQL pool, what happens is I left that running for throughout one day and I'm charged around 2000 rupees, right? But serverless pool I have also left. I am not charged anything because I am getting only charged for serverless uh, uh, when I am executing the query. Okay, when I am querying the data lake storage. Okay, but here in the EA pool, dedicated SQL pool, I am automatically charged for every hour. But for Spark SQL pool, what happens is it is also like serverless SQL pool. You only get charged when you are Python code, PySpark code, or whatever codes are getting run. When it is not getting run, you are not charged anything. Okay, so you can keep the Spark pool on. You don't need to delete it. You don't need to close it. Okay. There is a Spark pool. Okay, and in the case of dedicated SQL pool, you need to pause it. Here also, you can think key configure the pause setting for the Apache Spark pool. So how many minutes it can be idle. Okay, so idle means how many when before it gets paused on itself. Okay, so once you create a Spark session, once your notebook gets connected, okay, so and you start writing your notebook code and then you create on run the code, then your this spark pools get started. So once this spark pool takes 2 to 3 minutes of time to get started. Okay, and then suppose you are done with writing the code and then you are writing the next block of code. So spark pool will wait for 15 minutes of time. Okay, so those 15 minutes of time it will utilize, it will charge you, right? Because spark pool is on. Okay, but once after 15 minutes of time it finds that you are not executing the spark pool or anything, then what happen, it will turn off the spark pool automatically. It will automatically go to the uh, off phase, means it will off. But before 15 minutes if you write a block of code and then click on execute, then it will give you the result in seconds. Okay, but after 15 minutes it will again take 2 3 minutes of time to start the pool, and then 15 seconds or 20 seconds or 30 seconds of time based on your code what you have written to give you the result. So this is the way how the spark pool works. Okay, so this is the automatic pause setting you can do over here.
Can I explain that again on ideal time?
So whenever you create, suppose here I will show you, then it will give you a better idea because I've already written the code. See, when I wrote all these codes and all, okay, I have attached it to the Spark pool. Okay, so if I right now click on run cell, I will show you when I will start explaining you the codes. If you right now click on Spark cell, it will take 2 minutes of time to start the Spark pool. Okay, and then it will take a few seconds of time to execute this code. Okay, but once I execute this block of code, the Spark pool is on, right? Then when I will execute this block of code, then it will give me the result spontaneously. Okay, but if after 15 minutes, okay, I again press on this line of code, then it will first take 2 3 minutes of time to start the Spark tool, and then it will give me the result. because it was idle for 15, more than 15 minutes. If it's idle, then it pauses the Spark pool. Okay, got it, right?
So every 15 minutes it will take a pause.
So that's idle time you can set over there. You can set to 30 minutes as well. You can enable, disable that, everything you can do over there.
What if the query itself is running for more than say 17 minutes?
Then it will run. Once you are not using it, then it will. Once you are not doing anything, then if it is running, it is a running process, then it will keep run. So idle means what? Idle means the Spark pool is not doing anything. When you say that your desktop is in idle mode, it means you have left the desktop like this. So after 10 seconds, if your desktop finds that you are not doing anything, then it will automatically lock itself, right? What we want to do is like, we have a file called we have created a Spark pool, right? So once we create a Spark pool, what happens? There is something called a lake database. Okay, it gets created. Okay, this lake database had got created, right? You see, this is something called lake database. It has got created, right? So I will just delete this. Okay. So I will just give you the overview, then I will delete. So what is my intention? My intention is I have this NYC trip small Parquet file in the Azure Data Lake storage, right? So what I want to do is like, right now I want to write some Python PySpark code to get the data from this file, from the Parquet, from this Parquet file, and I want to perform some operations on top of that, and I want to store the data in the lake database or the Apache Spark Pool database. Okay, so I have created Apache Spark Pool database. So I want to write some code to uh, store it in a Apache Spark Pool database. Okay, so that is the operation I'm planning to right now do. Okay, so I will delete this. Okay. So in order to delete this, what happens is like, when I click on delete, so it will automatically create a PySpark code. Okay, so these are two lines PySpark code. Okay, what it is saying, percentage PySpark. What is percentage PySpark? So whenever you need to write any Python code, you need to exclusively mention that you are writing Python codes. Okay, so once you write percentage PySpark, then here it will select the language as Python, and these are the 5 different languages you can choose. Okay, to write codes. Okay, so since I have written percentage PySpark in the language tab, it has automatically taken PySpark. Okay, Spark.sql is a function. Okay, Spark is a library, SQL is a function wherein I am writing drop database if exists and my taxi cascade. Okay, so I'll run this code. So once I see, when I create on run, so you can have multiple block of codes here, right? So here it gives you an option to run single block of code or multiple block of code. Okay, so I am having this single block of code here, so I want to run this. I will click on this. If I would have had another block of code here, okay, it something is written, I want to run all of them together, then I will click on run all. Okay, then it will parallelly execute all the blocks of code. Okay, so I'm running this. So you see, right now it is connecting. Okay, then it is ready and then it is running. So it will take some time. Like, please wait a few minutes while your session starts. What does this mean? That means my session was idle for more than 15 minutes and Spark pool has gone off. So it is now resuming the Spark pool. So as I told you, it will take 1 or 2 minutes of time to start this Spark pool, and then 1 second or 2 seconds of time to execute this block of code to drop the database. Okay, so once the Spark pool gets started,
whenever I will write another line of code below this, it will run. It will not take any further time to start the spool. It will run the code spontaneously. So that's it. Okay. So we have to wait for some time, means 1-2 minutes of time for this table to get dropped or the database to get dropped. Oof. Okay. Okay. Also, meanwhile this is getting dropped. So as soon as you let's go inside this resource group. Okay. So you see here that as soon as you create a Apache Spark pool, something like this, like a dedicated SQL pool you have created, something like this gets created. Okay, this Apache Spark pool gets created. Okay, so workspace name is there, location where it is get created. You can have this access control to give access to particular people and everything. So these are the things. Okay, and this is also the idle setting, or this is the scale setting. What does the scale setting is all about? This scale setting is all about if you want to or you to change the codes or then increase the nodes and everything. Okay, so these also are the settings present over here. Okay, so okay, and also see uh यहाँ पे तो नहीं है कुछ. Okay, fine. So let's wait for this to get created. I think it is ready. See, your Spark pool is right now ready. Okay, so this session is already ready. Okay. So it is running this code. So here all of you work on SSIS mostly.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, okay. So you see that this got executed. Okay, this part got executed. So I will just refresh it. Apache Spark session started. Command executed. I'll just refresh it. Okay. See, it is gone. Okay, you only have default here. Okay, that code is gone. That database is gone. Okay, so let's go to the uh, part to understand every block of code. Okay, so okay, so but before that you need to know how to create a notebook. Okay, so in order to create a notebook, you come to this develop tab, you create on this one plus button where we are using SQL script. Right now we'll create notebook scripts. Okay, so let this name as notebook 1. Okay, so first of all you need to attach it with a Spark pool. Okay, and then you need to select the language. Even if you specify percentage PySpark, it will automatically take the language. Its default language is only PySpark, it takes up that language. Okay, next you need to write the codes one by one. Okay, so suppose I am copying this code from here to here, and then I will explain you everything. So the first line you already know. Now next thing is df equal to spark dot. So what df stands for data frame. Okay, so what is a data frame? Okay, so a data frame is nothing but a logical table where it stores the data. So you can treat data frame as a logical table. Okay, and where it will store all the datas, whatever it is for, means it is used to store the datas. Okay, it's a logical table which is used to store the datas. Okay, so that is what is called data frame. So when you are writing Python codes or PySpark codes, it's a very basic thing. Okay, data frames. Okay, so and you will use it very frequently. Okay, to store the data and everything. Okay, so data frame equal to spark dot read dot load. Okay, so this spark dot read dot load, this function is used, this under the Spark library, these functions are used to read and load the file. Okay, so what you are doing, first you are reading the file and then you are loading the file into the data frame. Okay, so that's why this code is written spark.read.load. Then once you click on this load and you click on this, it will show you what are the parameters you need to give over here. Okay, so it has got couple of parameters. One is path, another is format. Okay, so you need to give the path, right? Like from which path or which file you want to load, right? So what you give, they when you go to your data lake storage, when you go to your data lake storage, you select this file, click on properties. You see, right now, as of now, for the SQL you are using this URL, right? But for the Python you have to use this abfss path. Okay, so this abfss path will be your path for your PySpark coding. So you copy this path and you paste it over here. Okay, and then you are specifying that the format should be Parquet, right? So and then maybe you are saying key display 10 records for me. Okay, from this data frame, because you have loaded this into a data frame. Now you are asking to display 10 records from this data frame. Okay, and now you are running this cell. Okay, so once you are running this cell, so it is running this code. Sure. Okay. So got it. So here it is already ready. Now we are writing this code here, right? So that's why it gave me the thing here. Okay, so maybe we can run it over here. Okay, Okay, so you got the results. So can any one of you tell me like what happened right now? Like why it gave me this error, and since I am explaining you these things, so can any one of you tell me what happened right now? Why it gave me that error? Any one of you?
I think all that runtime was consumed by your other notebook.
Right, right. So what happens is like, since I have already created this notebook and Apache Spark Pool was already running in this notebook, right? You see the Apache Spark Pool is already ready, okay, and your session will expire in 29 minutes, okay. It is showing me, so it is already ready with this, and I have selected the smallest one, small core and all, okay. I cannot run this in multiple sessions, okay. So that's why it is saying that the Levy session has failed. Okay, so your thing is already has a zero ports available right now because his pool has already consumed all of my ports. Okay, so I have zero ports available, so it cannot run it. Okay, so that is why this error. Okay, so you see what happened, that I have got this code inside this data frame. Okay, and it has given me 10 rows out of the entire data part. Okay, so I read this. Okay, so then this is another block of code. Okay, df.print schema. This code is used to print a schema. Okay, so maybe I can clear cell output. So when you click on this, likewise you can clear the cell output like this. So if I run this code, so you see it is now giving me the results in seconds, right? Because it is already in running phase. Okay. So you see it has given me all the columns and its data types and everything. Okay, so it is giving me the schema, right? There is also one beautiful feature is like this. Suppose I have already put this data in a data frame, right? Now what is my next block of code? My next block of code says, I'm clearing this cell output from here. What is my next when once you have written percentage spicer, you don't need to write every time as well. Okay, what is my next block of code? My next block of code said create database if not exist nyc taxi. Okay, and see, I have already executed this block of code. Okay, and my it is in ready state, right? So in its memory, it is already holding whatever the data is inside this data frame. Okay, now I will directly execute this block of code, and I am saying that create a database in the first line nyc taxi, and the second line I am asking that whatever things you are having in this data frame, means is data frame में जो भी उठाया हो, whatever you have picked up in this data frame, you write that in a table. Okay, override means I'm saying if some data is already present over there, override that data. Okay, and I'm saying key whatever data is inside this data frame, just save it in a table named nyc taxi.tree. Okay, and if the table is already present, then override that table. Okay, that is why this code. Okay, so this part is already executed, right? I don't need to re-execute this part again. Okay, I will just click on this part and see it is created. Okay, so a database has been created here in the lake database. If I click on refresh, see nyc taxi has been created, and you have also got a table named trip. Okay, inside it all the columns you can get here. Okay, so this is how you can write codes as well. Okay, so let's see some more coding. Okay, okay. So suppose so whatever values you have created, whatever table you have created, I want to see the data for the same. Okay, so that you can write by saying display me the data. Okay, so in a data frame df1, in a new data frame I am selecting a query spark.sql. So .sql is used to write a, why it is called by spark.sql mein you can write the SQL queries also. Select star from nyc.axi.tree, and display is used to display whatever in this is present in this data frame. So you see it is displaying me all the data present in this data frame. Okay, so it is displaying me all the data present in this data frame. Okay, everything. Okay, so you are clear on this part. Next, let's see something more what we are having. Next, what I want to do, is like I want to create a query. If you remember, we have used this query before as well in our dedicated SQL pool as well. Suppose I want to select the sum and average of this data, and I want to save it in a different table, right? We did this operation with passenger count stats as well, right? In the dedicated SQL pool, okay, right? So we want to do this operation here as well, okay? So data frame equal to spark.sql, okay? So now whenever, this is one thing I need to show you. So whenever you need to write this type of big select clause, you need to enclose it with 3 braces, okay? If you don't, then see it will give you this error. If I am running, it is saying invalid system, perhaps you forgot a comma. ठीक? You give, oh, shit. Am I audible? I'm audible, na? Hello. Once you are done with this, you display the data, whatever. I took this data inside a data frame, okay, and display the data frame, and also df.write.save as table, means whatever the output is coming up okay here, you uh, write this output for me in a table, okay. So if I execute this block of code, you will see, and if I refresh this table, you will see another table called passenger count stats created. So I'm already displayed df I have written, so it is displaying whatever was in the data frame or whatever is in this table. This was the output it is displaying. So like this way you can create blocks of codes, okay, here. And suppose you have written many block of codes over here, and as you want to create run all, so you can create run all at the same time to run all these codes, and you can create clear cell output to clear the output of the cell, and suppose cancel. So and from here, suppose you would have want to execute this, uh, you want to utilize the spark pool in this session, then you need to stop the session, right? It was giving you this error, right? So you can stop the session from here. So once you stop the session from here, then you can go and start writing code in that session, okay. Acha. And I guess as of
Yeah,
now,
one question.
tell me now.
How can you debug this script? What if there is something wrong and I want to see?
Debug, you have to write, so that is why this data frame concept came into picture. So right, you have to debug using this data frame only. So you have to start seeing that what you picked up in this data frame. Okay, so that is for that reason you have to use some other IDs. You cannot directly debug over here. You cannot directly debug over here. Okay.
So normally scripts will be quite lengthy, right? It not be just 2-3 lines.
Obviously. So in that case, you have to write. You have to use some ID to debug and everything. You cannot directly debug your codes over here. And here you can only debug. That's why these blocks are given, right? So if you have, you can have 1,000 lines of code, right? So but you always can add a block of code and you can write that small piece of code and execute, right? So that is why this structure has been maintained for this reason only. Though you can have 2,000 lines of code, but you will need a new line of code, right? Maybe you want to need to add something, so you will do that in a new line of code, right? So you can create a block of code and you can use everything to debug that. So that is why this feature has been given, to break down your codes into small pieces. Okay. So going forward also you can add parameters over here. Suppose by parameters I mean, maybe in this pipeline you have created a pipeline and maybe you are using some loops and all, and you are passing some parameters which you want to feed in this code. Okay, so you can also do that. Okay, that will see in our upcoming sessions. Okay, how to, but you can do that thing. I'm just saying you can give do the toggle parameter of toggle parameters was one of the options where it was. So you can add the parameters over here as well. Okay, toggle with parameters and everything. So you can do all these things together at the same place. So this is the things you can do in and this is how you can copy the data from the data lake storage, and you can create a lake database, and inside this lake database uh, you can create tables and everything, can load the data. So this is the analysis service. Okay, so what you need to do is like, you need to create this analysis service. Okay, and once you create this analysis service, you go here, create analysis service. So I can show you how to create this analysis service, but Visual Studio I don't have in my machine. Okay, so I will tell you the procedure for the same. You all have Visual Studio in your machine?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to give the server name, you have to give the subscription, you have to give the resource group. Okay, you have to give the location, which I already told before, that you should always choose the location where all your resources are. Okay, then these are the query processing units, so you can select the minimum one as of now. Okay, so this administrator link, you have to get it, you have to add a server administrator from here. Who will be the server administrator? I am selecting mine from here. Select. Okay, and then you can tap on this create option to create it. Okay, so once you create this, you just create it. Okay, so once you create this, parallelly you have to install these what I say, your Visual Studio, and get the uh, package over there installed. Okay, Azure Analysis Service package in the Visual Studio. And once you are done with that, then you can go and select the endpoint. Your endpoint I showed you, right? The endpoints are, you can get a
let it create. I will show you. Okay. So this dedicated SQL pool endpoint you can give. Where is the okay? You will get under Synapse. This SQL Server endpoint you have to give. Once you give this SQL endpoint, dedicated SQL endpoint over there, and you give your ID and password, okay, it will prompt you. Then it will get connected to your dedicated SQL pool, and there what you can do is like you can directly get your tables and all views over there. Then whatever operations you want to do, you can do those operations in your Visual Studio. Then in a Visual Studio in SSIS also, whenever you click on a project, you right click, you have an option called deploy, right? So once you click on that deploy, then it will ask that where you want to deploy. At that point of time, you will give the credentials for this analysis server, and you need to deploy it in the analysis services. So it will just ask you to sign in to your Azure, and then you will deploy it over here. And once you deploy it over here, then you can directly use it to connect to Power BI and get everything done. Okay. So when you'll be deploying it, it will be asking you the server name. Okay. So you will give the server name and all, and then it will connect to your analysis service. It will be deployed over here in the analysis service. And once it gets deployed in the analysis service, at that after that you can directly connect Power BI with the Azure Analysis Service to get your visualization done in the Power BI. So does that answer your question, Santosh?
So yeah, so basically you're saying it's only a deployment.
Basically what I am saying is Azure Analysis Service is a gateway. Okay, so you have your Azure Synapse, and so it is something like this. Azure Synapse is here where you are doing all your ETL activities. Okay, you might have Azure Data Factory, Azure ETL. Okay, you have a number of ETL services over here. So what happens is like the architecture is somehow, then just assume that for both of them the gateway is Azure Analysis Service where you deploy your models. Okay, and then comes your visualization, which is Power BI, Tableau, whatever. Okay, so this is the architecture, and in the left hand side you have your storages and all. And in the left hand side, if I just shift it a little like this, then here comes your storage account. The entire architecture is something like this. So you have your storage account and all here. Okay, from where you are taking everything to do all that Parquet files and all. Okay, and then you are doing using the ETL operations, and after doing the ETL operations, you are basically storing it in a dedicated SQL pool, DSP, and then on top of that you are using Azure Analysis Service to connect with your dedicated SQL pool, and then you are visualizing your data in Power BI. So this is the entire architectural data flow. So maybe if yeah, whenever what happens whenever any client comes in, you always need to give a presentation diagram, right? How your flow will be. So your flow goes like this. The first is storage account, then is your ETL things. From the ETL you get stored in data warehouse, it is called DSP, and from DSP you have to deploy it in Azure Analysis Service, which is nothing but a gateway. This gateway connects your uh, ETL with Power BI. Okay, so that is how the architecture is.
Now, if
Okay.
ETL, I mean, Data Factory and Synapse are doing the same thing, then
Same. I told you now the first difference on the first day, like data factory in Azure Data Factory, you don't get directly the Spark clusters and all. For that, you have to integrate Azure Databricks with Azure Data Factory, and you don't have a dedicated SQL pool or any warehouse in your Data Factory. You have to connect either with Azure SQL pool, or you have to create a data warehouse separately. But in Synapse, you get it as a complete package altogether. So that's the difference. Okay.
Why would we use Databricks? I thought Databricks was used for some building only.
No. The Azure Databricks is primarily used for the PySpark coding, means the coding in different languages. Okay.
To execute those notebooks, you're saying.
Right, to execute those notebooks, right. So that is how the architecture goes. So in this analysis service, you have to get everything deployed over here so that you can go ahead and use this gateway and everything. Okay. So I don't have Visual Studio and all everything, means the for this. Okay, or else I would have shown you the entire flow or something like that. Okay, but what I can do is like I can suggest you a good video or something where everything is explained in a very detailed way. Okay, so you can refer to that video. Okay, I can give you the link for that video. Okay, where everything is detailed in by one of the Microsoft person. Okay, where everything is mentioned in very detail. So you can have a watch of the 20 minutes video. You will get a clear idea of how you can use this Azure Analysis service to get it done. Okay. So does that help you?
So in your project, don't you use cubes? What is that you do with Synapse?
No. I don't use Q. I totally deal with the data engineering part, wherein in my project what I do is something like my client have a system called ClickUp. Okay, so what happens is like, so in that ClickUp, so basically they have their own datas. Okay, so basically they are using a third party application called ClickUp. So there they are that using that platform, like there is a platform called ServiceNow, na? So that wise there is a third party service called ClickUp, and they are using that ClickUp service to get all their data stored in the ClickUp. Okay, so from that ClickUp, what happens is like they are but there is a backflow, like in the ClickUp they have those data in the Excel and all, which is not good. So they want a proper visualization and a data engineering solution, and in the ClickUp the data is in the raw format. Okay, so what happens is like from the ClickUp using the .NET, one of my team member is there who does the .NET API coding. Okay, so using the .NET API coding, what he does is like he takes up the data from the ClickUp and post into Azure SQL. Okay, normal Azure SQL, not dedicated SQL pool, normal SQL, Azure SQL. Okay, so when I say normal Azure SQL, when you write here SQL, so there is something called Azure SQL. Okay, normal this Azure SQL. Okay, so basically this is an cloud SQL server, not an on-premise. So what he does is like he drops all the datas in that Azure SQL in that Azure SQL server. So from where I pick up all the datas. Okay, I using means I pick up all those datas, and then I post those datas in the form of Parquet. Okay, into the data lake. Okay, so once I post those in the form of Parquet into the data lake, what I do is like then I use external tables. Okay, to refer to those Parquet files. Okay, so once the external tables are being created, post that what I do is like I consume the data from the external tables to my one-time load tables. Okay, from that operation is done using the pipeline. Okay, so after the one time load, this part is done. I take care of the incremental loads. So once that incremental load is done, I prepare my facts dimensions on top of that, and from the facts and dimensions, I have couple of views from which the reporting goes, which the clients access gain gain primary access to their reporting database. So I have developed a login for exclusively for the client, which the client uses for the respect, which they have access, where they have access to respective tables which they will require. So they use those tables for reporting in Tableau. So that's how the architecture is. Even for the last project for the Flipkart which I worked on is somewhere like the same. I'm just giving you an idea of how these things happen, or how the or different types of data engineering solutions are. Okay, so there also what happened was like Flipkart was having their offline stores, okay, all over India. Okay, so what they wanted is like they have, for the offline stores, they have primarily two products. One was grocery and one was fashion. Okay, so for the grocery and the fashion, what they wanted is like they wanted to see some KPIs in the Power BI dashboard. Okay, so for that, what they were doing is like they have n number of files, okay, in their source system. They were having their source system, okay, batch processed source system. So using the batch processing system, they were basically hosting all of those. They were already having the data in some format. So and they were having their own pipelines, okay. So using the batch processing system, what they were doing is like they were posting everything in a storage account, okay. So but they were having a typical format of posting that in a storage account, wherein what was happening is like for a particular, so assume these six are the different they are different sources, okay. So for each of the source, okay, for each of the source, what was if you go inside, then every hour they were a folder gets created, and inside that folder whatever files they are sharing for that hour is present, okay. So once that is done, then in the next hour what was happening, another folder was getting created, and inside that folder there was files for the hour, for that hour, okay. So they were posting it in this format. So what I needed to do is like needed to design a solution wherein, so that I can pick up all the hourly files, okay, from their system, means whatever they were posting on an hourly basis, so that I can pick up all the files which came in an hour. And then what I used to do is like you opened up a PySpark notebook, okay. So those Parquet files were having in number of fields which we don't require. So we require specific columns, or columns or specific metadatas to for loading our KPIs. So what we used to do, we used to retrieve those columns from those Parquet files. Some of the transformations were needed to be done on those columns, so we used to do that in PySpark. So once that is done, what we used to do is like we used to post the data. We then used to develop a pipeline. So that pipeline used to post the data to the dedicated SQL pool. And on the dedicated SQL pool, we used to develop stored procs to develop facts and dimensions and views. And finally, from the views, those Power BI reports used to get populated. Okay.
So,
So
like,
these
you
so these
said
are the couple of structures. Huh? Tell me.
you said you receive Parquet.
Right. I see part of it.
So on top of them, you used to write the PySpark code.
PySpark. Right. Okay, but the challenge was something like they were having different folders for every hour, okay, for different spaces, okay. So means for different sources, okay. So that was the challenge, like you need to design a solution wherein you need to pick up those hourly files and you have to make sure no files gets missed. So you have to design the pipeline in that way, okay. So using the get metadata activities, using the last modified dates and all. So we used to get every details of those files inside the folder. We used to pick up those files, and then we used to store whatever file that came in 1 hour. We used to store in a container which we created for ourselves. Okay, so from that container we used to have a for each loop, and traversing that for each loop we used to get all the files one by one in the par notebook, in the PySpark notebook, and then we have a specific code which used to run and then post the outputs into the dedicated SQL pool. So mostly the data engineering solutions are kind of like this only works. Means mostly whatever you go do for your client, mostly will like roam around this only, left right, not more than that. Okay, mostly around 80% I can say. Mostly whatever the requirement comes, so mostly it will this the specification or the requirement will roam around what I said. Okay, sometimes a client will be having a third party application, sometimes client will be having their own application, sometimes they will be having their own source systems, they will uh, post the data. Okay, so all in all, whatever be the thing, you always make sure that anyway you need to get the data in the storage account. Okay, because until and unless you don't get the data in the storage account, nothing can be done. Okay, so storage account is very must, and that is why storage account is so cheaper. Storage account is very cheap. Okay, so you have to get the data in the storage account, and there is another reason for getting the data in the storage account. So maybe for the ClickUp you could have asked me for this project what I am doing, you could have asked me, right? Or no, you are already getting the data in the Azure SQL, so why don't you directly do a copy data wherein you assign the source with as Azure SQL and destination as dedicated SQL? It will give me a very slow result, very slow result. Okay, because database to database, when you do the copy activity, then it's very slow, ultimate level slow. Okay, but when you do it from storage account or a data lake account to that place, to the dedicated SQL pool, then it's very fast. So you always have to make sure you have to get the data in the storage account, and then whatever you want to do you can do.
So when you want to you migrate from storage, data lake to dedicated SQL pool, you would use PySpark here.
That depends on you. If you have a requirement where you don't need to use PySpark, then you can directly ingest the data from the storage account. You can write your stored procedures also. If you don't require, if you to do
So they have
any
a
such
file
transform,
mandate. So we could use
any
as well use pipeline also, correct?
so you can use pipeline only na. Pipeline तो anyway you have to use. Even if you are using a PySpark code notebook, तो pipeline के अंदर ही आपको देना पड़ेगा ना. You need to give
No,
that
like
drag and drop.
PySpark, I understand where should I utilize it to get the maximum out?
You
Only
should utilize it when you have a lot of
huge data involved.
transformations in your code.
Huge data involved? Is that okay?
Sorry?
When there is huge data, then we should use PySpark?
When there is huge data, when there is huge transformation.
How will you write transformation in PySpark? We have to write
Transformation, by transformation, what I mean to say is like you assume that you have 100 you have 200 columns, and out of which 100 in around 80 to 90 columns you have to write some of the logics to do. Maybe you have to extract that data from few of the columns, and then you have to do some aggregation on top of that. So, or maybe you have to convert some timestamp to something else. Okay, so maybe any transformations, like maybe you have to get that data and put it in a derived column or something like that. You have to create an, so maybe if those transformations are for around 70, 60, 70 columns, then you assume now if you do it in a pipeline, so you need to create n number of activities, right? So which is very difficult for you to monitor as well, right? So maybe tomorrow you leave the firm, next person comes up, then it will be very difficult, and that will not be a very good design, right? At that point of time you should go with the proper PySpark, and where you should go with some PySpark, some notebook coding, and some pipe and some with pipeline active, some with SQL coding. Okay, where you find that the way I did in the Flipkart project. Okay, the first round of uh, converting the timestamp and extracting the yeah, extracting the columns. Okay, so actually that was happening like every row was containing around 200 around values of 200 or 1000 varchar things, so I need to take up till certain extent. Okay, so those type of thing I was doing in the PySpark. So after doing that, I was posting it in the one time load table. So after that, I was using I have written stored proc for the facts and dimensions, and for the stored procs I have used this stored proc activity. I showed you copy using stored proc. So I have used this copy using stored proc activity to refer it in the pipeline. And here I was referring my stored procs one by one. So it was getting executed. So that you need to decide based on what is coming in. But overall, I will say when there is huge data, many transformations or many logics you need to put inside, so at that point of time you go with PySpark completely. If you have like uh, or if you find maybe sometimes what happens, like you have done using SQL only, right? You might have faced even in SSIS also, you have done something in SQL, and maybe that is taking a lot of time, right? Means that query is taking a lot of time, right? So you have faced it, right? That query is taking a lot of time. So maybe you go inside and find out that you have done couple of inner joins which was not necessary. You could have done a left join, right, to avoid that. So that is the improvisation you are doing, right? So here also, if you find that it's taking a lot of time, then at that point of time maybe you have to partition it. So whatever is taking more time, you do that part in PySpark and the rest part in SQL. Okay, and the pipeline is nothing but here it is just for the flow, right? Like what will happen after what, it is just a flow. It is not like what you do in SSIS, that for every aggregate you don't see, like for aggregate or something you don't have a drag and drop, right? You can't find a drag and drop for aggregate joins, you can't find anything, right? So it is just for operation. It is like you can do respective operations over here, but not you cannot write means you don't have functions in means inbuilt functions declared over here. Okay, so for that you have something called Dataflow, okay, which you can use. Okay, so I will give you a glimpse of that today. Okay, so which is kinda same like SSIS, you can relate much. Okay, so which we will cover today. Okay, so but before that, okay, let's close this. Okay, let's close this. Let's publish the list.
And when will you use external tables? That concept. I mean, when will actually that be you utilize, or when should
you
we
can
have?
use you can use external tables are for polybase design, I told you, right? So you can use in two ways, right? Either you can enable if you are using a copy data activity. Okay, so you can use a copy data activity and enable staging over there to do the polybase design. Okay, you are having right copy comment polybase. Okay, so you can do using that also. Okay, or suppose if you have like 10, if you have like 10 sources, okay, which you need to copy, you can drag and drop 10 copy data files. Okay, assume you have 100 sources. Okay, you cannot, it's not possible for you to drag and drop for 100, right? It's tedious, means every time anything fails you have to scroll, means you have to scroll and see like 100 like this and this and this, which is not possible, right? At that point of time you go ahead, create an external table, um, and then you point the reference of an external table to the data stored in data lake, to the Parquet file stored in data lake, and then you load the data from the external table to the dedicated SQL pool. This is the real-time use case.
Sorry, I didn't get
Got
you.
it?
So you said
Sorry.
You load data from Parquet files into external table and then to dedicated field.
Right. You can do that when you have a lot, around 100 sources you wanna configure. So if you want to do for 100 sources, like you have a you might want to have 100 copy data activities, right? Okay. Or maybe at that point of time, what you will do is like you will have a for each loop, and then you will point a copy data. Okay, then you will do it, right? So then also for each is also, when you are looping something, it is also very slow.
And moreover, when you are loading 100, you don't need to have 100 staging tables also when you use external.
Right, you don't need to have 100 string tables when you use external.
That is the major
Right,
advantage using external tables, right?
right. Okay, so what we'll do is like uh, we'll have one more use case today. There was only one left from the iteration, which was switch. Okay, so uh, like what is, switch statement, right? You specify a certain condition. If that holds true, a case statement will execute itself. If it doesn't hold true, that another case statement will execute itself, right? That's what a switch is all about, right? So what we want to do is like we want to get a file from the source. Okay, and we want to get a file from the source, and then what we'll do is like we'll specify two statements. Okay, what you do in a case statement, we'll specify two case statements. For whichever statement my condition holds true, the flow will pass into that statement, and after going inside that statement, it will, whatever is written inside that, or whatever is present inside that space, that part will get executed. Okay, so that's what we'll do inside a switch statement. So first of all, what I'm doing is like I'm creating a pipeline parameter, giving folder name, giving the default value as output 1. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, like I will give two cases. If the output 1 is holds true, then it will copy my files to the output 1 folder. If the output 2 holds true, if the output 2, I will have two cases. One is output 1 case, another is output 2 case. If the output 1 case holds true, then it will move my files to output 1 folder. If the output 2 case holds true, then it will move my folders to output 2 folder. Okay, so folder name I have given. Then I'm dragging and dropping a switch statement. Okay, so name description you already know. Okay, user properties also you already know. So the only thing is activities. Okay, so in the activities part, what I need to do is like I need to add a dynamic content over here, right? So what dynamic content I need to add? Basically I need to pass my whatever I have passed in this parameters, in the pipeline parameters, I need to pass that inside the switch statement, right? So I'm just passing it pipeline.parameters.folder name. You are quite accustomed with this code, okay, as of now. Next, what will happen is like whenever I will press on the debug, it will take this parameter, pipeline parameter. It will see that it has got a parameter called folder name with a default value called output 1. Then it will see that this switch activity is present in this space, okay, in this console space. Then it will see that the expression is holding pipeline.parameters.folder name. So basically it will, from the pipeline parameters folder name parameter, it will take up its value. What was its value? Its value was output 1. So at that point of time it will try to find if it could find any case with output 1. Okay, so maybe here I am giving a case wherein I am saying this case as output 1. Okay, sorry, what happened? So I'm giving this case as output 1. Okay, so output 1, if so, yeah, so this condition will hold true, that it matches this case, then it will go inside this Okay, so what I'm doing is like I'm doing a copy data activity over here. If this condition holds true, you copy the file from one of my locations. You copy the file from the input folder, this file, we have done it previously, Synapse training input folder, this file, and you paste and you drop it in a location. Okay, so what is that location going to be? You drop it in a location, so drop it in a folder. Okay, so what that folder name is going to be? That folder name is going to be, we have to parameterize it, right? Because we have parameterized it in the pipeline parameters. We have parameterized this as output 1, right? So inside this we have to parameterize this. So if I go in first, if I go inside the sync data set, you already know I have discussed this, like whenever you need to parameterize a folder name, how you can do that. Inside a integrated data set, if you go to parameters, click on this new, add this folder name string, and then come back to connection. Here you need to specify like this @dataset.folder name and click OK. So this integrated dataset will get parameterized. So once you parameterize this integrated dataset, then automatically here also this folder name will come up, and you need to add a dynamic content over here. So this dynamic content will also be my folder name, pipeline.parameter.folder name. Basically I am saying that please copy my file inside the output 1 folder. Okay, so that is what I'm saying over here. Okay, so that is my statement. So that is my output 1 statement, and assume that there is another case I am giving, and I am saying that maybe this is output 2. Okay, if I would have given in the pipeline parameter the value as output 2, then what operation it will perform? So let's go inside and say, take a copy data activity and say that configure the source dataset with the same binary one integrated dataset, configure the sync with the same for each activity, but and add the dynamic content of the folder name here. So what will happen is like I will go back and elaborate it one more time. So first what will happen is like I will elaborate it one more time for you is, first what I have done is like I have created a folder name. I have created a folder name parameter of type string, and the value is I have passed for the folder name is output 1. It means if I whatever value I pass this, it will try to match with my case statement. Okay, so it will find here output 1 as the value, then it will go inside switch statement. It will inside the expression I am passing that folder name value only. So here till here it will get the value as output 1. Now it will try to see these are the case statement it is having. So it will try to find which case statement is actually meeting, which actually matching with the pipeline parameter value. It will find that this case statement is matching with the pipeline parameter value. Then it will go inside this case statement, and then inside this copy data activity, it will take take the file from whatever source has been given over here, and it will drop the file to whatever folder name has been given. So the folder name was directly passed from the pipeline parameter as output 1, so it will directly drop the file inside the output 1 folder. Before I execute it, do you have any doubts? No, right? Okay, so I will just execute this. So the expectation it will drop the this output. It will drop a file called sp dynamic text inside this output 1 folder. This is the expectation. So let's go ahead and check the output 1 folder. So you see it has dropped a file at 9:19:39 seconds, sp dynamic space.10.txt. Okay, so if I would have passed in the pipeline if I would have passed output 2 in the pipeline parameter, then it would have dropped the file inside the output 2 folder. Okay, just for your reference, I'm running it and showing it to you. So let's go ahead and check the output 2 folder. So you see it has been passed, okay, to output 2 folder. Okay, so this was the expectation. Okay, so that's all about, that's how you can use uh, uh, that's how you can use this. No, I'm just deleting this file. So that switch activity, and also there was one more case called default. What is default? Default means when none of the condition holds true at that point of time, default condition runs in a switch case statement, right? So if you want something to execute as default, then you can go inside default and give any condition. Okay, so that's on you. Okay, so that's all for this switch part. So let's move ahead. The next is the next is a very good thing we want to do. I think Santosh requested me this yesterday. We did this get metadata activity, na? So you wanted to have a CD type 1 thing, right? Wherein fetching the last date and all, you wanted to do that, right? So let's do that part also. So let's do that. Okay. So what is our goal over here? So our goal over here is we want to basically first what we'll go ahead is we'll create a table. Okay, let's go ahead and log into our database. Okay, so I'm creating a table. My screen and voice both are audible and visible, right? Anyone?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm creating a table of let us give the name instead of this. Let's remove this. Remove this. Okay. Okay. So let's name it as source and execution start date. Okay, suits me. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this table. So this table got created, right? So I have a control table over here, okay, wherein I am having two fields. One is called source and one is called execution start date. Okay, so maybe the source refers to uh, basically which source I'm working with. It could be employee source or it could be any source system from where your data is coming. When you are trying to do a SCD type 1 or something, you need to get the execution date, right? So you need to store it in a control table, right? Next, what I'm doing is like I'm writing an insert into statement. Table, my fields are source, comma, execution start date. Okay, execution start date. Okay, so next I'm passing the values. Maybe I'm passing employee as the source. Okay, and I'm passing a date. What is the date for 2023? Next is what is the default format here? Let's check once. Okay, I'm passing a date of tomorrow. Okay, yesterday, that I have executed something yesterday. Okay, uh, okay, okay. So let's insert this record. Okay, so okay. Next is do we having that property? Let's modify it. Okay, okay. So next is like we are creating a small stored proc, okay, which will basically fetch our DVR, which will basically fetch our last date, last load date, okay, um, as you can also directly query it also. Select. I am having a single row over here, so I'm just selecting select execution start date. if you are having multiple rows, then you can select max of execution start date from table name. Okay. Okay, so let's create this proc. It will get us the execution start date. Okay, next. Okay, next is like create another POC which will require to once the load is done, we also want to update it, right, with the newly loaded timestamp. We also need to update it, right? So dbo dot, let us say usp underscore update last execution date. Okay. And okay, and maybe I'm passing this execution date because this execution date I can pass. Okay, execution date, the date execution start date. I need to give. Okay, so date, or directly you could do from a query as well. Just showing you. Copy. That. You can pass it like this. Okay, update dbo set execution start date equal to at the rate execution date. For me there is one entry, no need to write where clause. Okay, so the rate execution started as the date time I have given. Fine, as update. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let's run this. Okay, done. Okay, take it. Next, let's go ahead and create a pipeline. Okay, the pipeline is already created. Okay, so but before that, we need to create I'm creating a folder. Sorry, I'm adding a folder scd. Adding a folder. I'm uploading the file. Okay, here from my system, that nyc file. uploading it. So it has been uploaded. Okay. Next what I need to do is like I need to go to my pipeline. Let's drag and drop a get metadata activity. Okay. So these are the same things you already know. User properties also you know. Settings. Let's create a data set. Okay. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. This is our Parquet file. Let's name it SCD execution. Okay. SCD execution. Azure Data Lake Storage Training. Let's select the file. Where is the file located? The file is located in SCD. Okay. So we have said we have given the file. Next, what I want I have field list. I said new. I want the last modified, right? Last modified time or date, right? And next, what activity I require? I don't need to do anything. Okay. Next, I am dragging and dropping a lookup activity. Okay. Going to settings. Training database. Okay. I have selected. Stored procedure is there, right? Which will return me the USP last load date, right? This was my stored procedure name, right? There is no parameters. Okay. And I'm returning the first row only. Okay. There's only one row. So first go ahead and let's debug it. Okay. And see what is the output we get. So the output I am getting for the first row is 2023-6/12. That is yesterday's date. And the lookup, the output I am getting is, get metadata, the output I am getting is 2023-6/13, that is today's date. So lookup is giving me yesterday's date and get metadata is giving me today's date, right? So it means that my pipeline will run, means whenever my last modified date is greater than my last execution date, then only I will perform any copy activity, right? Means whenever my last modified date will be greater than my last execution date, then only I will load the data from the source to the destination, right? So if my last modified date is less than my last execution date, then I should not, right? So you got it, right? The concept. You got the concept, right?
Yeah, yes, Allah.
Okay. So next, what I need to do is like I'm dragging a if condition over here. Okay. So, and I am attaching the output of both of them. That is, okay. So I am giving both of their output in the if condition. Okay. So what I am saying is like pass the output of both of them inside the if, right? So once I pass the output of the both of them inside the if, what will happen is like then what I need to do is like, I need to go to the if condition, right? So general you already know, user properties also you already know, activities, let's do it. So here I have to give some expression, right? So what is the expression I need to, basically in the expression I need to pass the value of the metadata and the lookup, okay? And I need to say that if in the if condition I need to say that if my last modified date is greater than my last execution date, then kindly perform the activity which corresponds to true, okay? Add dynamic content here. So actually there are functions I will show you. So there is a function called greater or equals, okay? So I'm clicking on this function, okay? Then what I'm doing is like, uh, next what I will go to the activity outputs, right? So get metadata activity output I require, right? So here activity get metadata 1 I've written dot output dot last modified I need, right? I need the last modified one, right? And I want to do it with the lookup, right? Lookup activity first row, right? So activity name is lookup1 dot output dot first row dot column name, which is execution start date, right? Okay, so it's done. Okay, simple. So I'm checking if my last modified is greater than my execution start date. Okay, I'm pressing OK. So also you can see the name of the columns here as well. Last modified, this is case sensitive, okay? So make sure to give it like this only, okay? The next one is lookup one execution start date, you can give like this, whatever is written over there like that. So next, if this condition holds true, I need to go inside the true activity, and maybe I want to copy the data from the source, from this source to my destination. Sorry, from the source to my destination. What is my destination? So maybe I want to copy the data in this SQL pool. Okay, I need to copy the data here. Okay, I'm selecting polyway, so you can select polyway or copy command both. Okay, so let's go with the copy command. Okay, so I want to it here. Okay, so I think I have a table here already with the same name, which is NYC tracks. So also I could have done this also. I think there was a stored proc I have already done right now. dbo.copy data. Okay. Okay, chalo. Okay, fine. Then it is done. Sync dataset is already passed. Okay. And copy command is also passed. Okay. Table option. I'm giving auto create table. Okay. Auto create. table. Okay. Okay, if this condition holds true, then it will execute this, and let's see if that works. Copy data is done. It is done. Let's go ahead. There are already 5 tables, sorry. So NYC taxi trips. This is where I give it, right? Okay. So that's how you can do the operations when you are doing using when you want to do the SCD part. So you can, that's how you can compare this and pass the value inside a if condition to perform certain operations. Okay. Any doubts? Any doubts from anyone?
Uh,
Okay. Okay, I'll just publish this. Okay. Okay. Next is one more thing we need to want to do, that is like something called data flow. Okay, so we'll have a quick look into that. Okay, so what is data flow? Where, okay, so I told you, right, something called data flow is present over here in this. If I create a pipeline, something called data flow is present in this, wherein you can do operations like SSIS and all. Means you can do the transformation here, or you have inbuilt functions over here to do. So that you can do, and how you can do, let's see it. So for that, first what you need to do is that you need to go to the data tab. Sorry, you need to go to the develop tab. Okay, click on this develop tab, click on this plus button, click on this data flow. So when you click on this data flow, your data flow debug will be off. I have turned it today morning only. So you have to click here to turn it on. So once you turn it, when you will turn it on, so it will ask you for how many hours you want to turn it on. 1, 2, 4. So I have given 4 hours. That's why it is still on. Okay. So after 4 hours, it will automatically shut itself. Okay. So what we can do here is something like, first what you need to do is like inside the data flow, it's same like what you do in SSIS. You first need to add a source. Okay, you click on the source, this part comes up. Next what you need to do, you need to add a data set, right? So let us add one data set. So go to select. I just created something called SDC execution, right? So I'm pointing the same over there. Okay, and and you can test the connection also. Connection successful. Then you can view the options also. Let's go to data preview, click on refresh, and let's wait for some time. You can see your data here as well. So see, your data is here in the blink of an eye. Okay. So the next thing you need to do is like you want to perform some operation on top of this, right? So I will show you some small operation today. Okay. So here you can get a glimpse of the data. So maybe what operation we can do is like maybe we can check for the trip distance. We can do a derived column over here, and we can check like if the trip distance is greater than or equal to 1, then return true or else return false. Okay, so we can do that check. So for that you need to click on this plus. You need to click on this plus. What was the name of the column we decided? Name of the column was trip distance. Okay, you need to click on this plus. So once you click on this plus, you will see you will get n number of options here: join, conditional split, exist. So if you have multiple sources over here, you can even join them. Okay, by doing this. Okay, then you have conditional split. On the basis of condition, you can split it: exist, union, lookup, derived column, select, surrogate, aggregate key, surrogate key, pivot, unpivot, window functions, rank, eternal, cast, flatten if you want to do some formatting, row modifier if you want to do. Okay, all of this, everything is present over here. Whatever you want to, whatever operation you want to do, like, so I am doing a derived column operation. I'm clicking on this derived column. So a derived column activity gets opened up. So what is inside this activity? So here inside the activity, you have the output stream name. Okay, incoming stream is mentioned over here. Then you need a column. Maybe I'm giving as output. Okay, and now next is you have to give an expression. Obviously, you need to give an expression builder, right, to perform like which column and what thing we want to do. Once you click on this expression, a new tab gets open wherein you have an option to select from the functions like what operation you want to do on the derived column. You have n number of functions listed here. Okay, array, ASCII, add, between, everything. Every sort of function is listed: coalesce, character, column names, compare, concat, contents. Everything what you need more or less is listed over here. So you can directly use it from here. Okay. So for our case, we are using greater or equal. Greater. Okay. So if it is now, if you hover on this, it will say greater expects minimum two number of parameters, means at least it expects 2 parameter. Okay. So you have to give this 2 parameter. It will, if you hover on it, it will show you even. Okay. And if you hover here, it will show you that what it returns as well. Comparison greater operator, example greater 12 24, then it is false. So 12 is the source and 24 is the what value you want to search when the what value you want to see for which is greater than. So obviously 24 is yeah, so that is what you need to pass. Okay, so if you go inside, next if you go inside the input schema and trip distance, right, we decided trip distance. Okay, comma 1. Okay, so I am saying that give me all the trip distance miles which are greater than 1. Okay. So if I click on save and if I refresh here for the data preview, it is fetching the data for me. So you see it is giving me here all the trip miles which are greater than 1. Okay. So I click on save and finish. Okay. Next, I need to add a sink as well, right? So let's click and go down to add a sink where I need to drop it. Okay. So for the sink, you need to give a sink also. So here is one thing, there is a limitation that I should tell you. Like you cannot directly drop it in a data dedicated SQL pool. You have to go for Azure SQL database and all. So these are the things which is present over here. These are not present. Okay, these are under preview as of now. Whatever you can see, you cannot select these things. Normal SQL server, REST, these are the things. Whatever SQL database, data lake, those everything is present. Okay, so I'm dropping this Parquet file in a data lake. Okay, so for me, I will not create it since I have already created one just some time back. Okay, so maybe I would like to drop it inside NYC trip taxi. Okay, so if I open this, so it's I'm dropping it inside Synapse and output one folder. Okay, so if I do it, okay, I'm testing the connection as well. Okay, so my flow is ready. Okay, so after you create the flow, you have to publish it first because you directly cannot run the flow from here. You have to refer this flow in a pipeline only. Okay, publish completed. Let's go to pipelines. Let's create a new pipeline and let's drag and drop this data flow over here. Okay, go to settings, select the data flow. Our data flow was data flow 2. Compute size, you can select small, medium. We are selecting small as of now. Loggings and you all select. Staging, if you want to drop in Azure SQL database, you can select a staging to perform the polybase operation. Okay, so that you can do. And parameters, it is showing as 1. It is a glitch from their end, so no parameters are there. Okay, it's a glitch from their end. Okay, so if I now debug it, then it should load the data from my source to destination with a derived column named output. So let's, do you have any doubts? This is something new we did. It is succeeded. So let's go ahead and check. We have dropped it inside the output folder, I guess. Okay, you see 9:59:31 seconds, a file got created over here. So let's go ahead and check that file. We know we can directly query a Parquet file. Output 1, maybe I will just go back and refresh it once. Okay, select top 100 rows. I'm running it. So by default, it gives first 5,000 rows. Okay. So I've connected to the serverless SQL pool for running it. So primarily, this is when you use serverless SQL pool when you are doing the development and you want to check on certain files and all. So at that point of time, you mostly use this serverless SQL pool. Okay. So this is primarily for your development only. So if I go, see there is a column called output, whereas can shift this here, it doesn't come like that, na? In like SQL. Okay. So you see true, true, false, false. So I said greater than 1, right? So for first two values, it's true. For second two values, it false because those are not greater than 1. It's absolutely equal to 1. That's why true, true, false, false. Okay. So that's how you can achieve this operation using a data flow task. Okay.
So you are saying only to view data will use SQL serverless tool?
Mostly in SQL Server SQL, you can perform two objectives, right? One was like create external tables you can create over here and store data. You cannot serverless, so don't support you to create physical tables, right? You can only create external tables and you can write these select clauses. So when you will write these select clauses, normal select clauses won't you can only write a select clause when something is stored somewhere, right? So you cannot write a select clause on a physical table here. You can only write a select clause on something which is stored in external table or something you have a file like something which is stored and that you want to query. So then only you can use serverless SQL pool, right? So that's why I said like it's mostly for the developers. So to watch and have a look. It's not for the business. I did an operation of SCD wherein basically in SCD type 1 what you do, you basically check what is the max timestamp you are having, and on top of then you check it, then you get the data from the source, then you load it, right? You basically update it. Okay. So for that you just need another SQL stored proc to update your statement. That's it. You you will write the code in SQL only, normal SQL. We can do that, not an issue, but maybe we can take this for the last day. Means we have couple of exercises to do more, so maybe we can take this up for the last day on the doubt clearing session day. Okay, where we can do that SCD type 1 or something. Okay, so nothing more na, you will just you are already doing the last modified date and uh, what I say, last load execution date. If you are checking it, if it is greater, then you are loading the data. After loading during loading, what you do, you basically write SQL queries that if that data is already present, then you update it, and if that data is not present, then you insert it. If the data is already present, then you update it, and if data is not present, then you insert it. And for the SCD type 2, you maintain the history with a row expression timestamp column, right? In the row expression. So all these you will have to do in SQL only. So just you have to use the stored proc activity to refer your SQL code, and that's it. Code so you have to write either in SQL or PySpark. There is no other language. Means you can write in .NET as well, but mostly people do SQL and all. So if you are using SCD type 1, that's a database thing. So you can write SQL codes for that, and you can reference that inside a stored proc to achieve the same.